Rocking and fucking rolling and fucking rocking and fucking rolling and fucking
Good afternoon, everybody. How are we doing? E-Hawk, thank you for the 34-month resub. Tomo, with a raid, kicking the stream off with a good old raid there. Thank you so much. Exclamation DEF. Hope we are all doing well. It is Monday. Should be a 411 release week. Hopefully today, but there's probably still more to be done. Anyway, shall we get cracking? We have the monthly report to run through. There is all sorts of stuff going on, so let's get going, I think. 07, and welcome. Happy Monday to you all. JJ, Deplorable, Weevil, Rhino, Scott, Griff, Mikhail, KP, Space Marine, Gene, Vectornaut, Agnosia, Jason, Biscuit, Taketa, 07. Welcome, YouTube. Let's see who's on Twitch. We have a Sandman, a Deacon, Apoc, Mighty Steed, Shakas, Pyro, Tiberius, Marcon, Dendra, Ehawk, Les, Rift, Tomac, Zuz. So many. Hang on, we're getting there. Jones. Tomo, of course. Jorman, welcome. Grizzly, welcome. Superchair, welcome. Sandgroper, welcome. Grader. Shem. Have I said Shem? I think I've said Shem. Losing my mind. I need some coffee. Hang on. Burko. That's better. City Gamer. Gonji. Maxim. Quantum. Mr. Derp. Ruin, Raz, Mort, Darren, Slave, Peeper, Peanut, and I think that's everyone on Twitch. Mitch, how's heaven, everybody? Happy Monday to you all. Yes, I'm on both, Twitch and YouTube, Biscuit. I used to just stream on Twitch, but we have, there you are, look, 7. We have finally managed, thank you for the follow, by the way, finally managed to pull them both together, which has taken some time. I smell BS 07, welcome. So, how's Monday going so far for everyone? I've just been doing the monthly report. That's pretty much all I've been on with this morning, getting that written up, which we will run through today. and then that'll be going out in a video at some point. I don't know when that'll be. I don't know. It might be the next video. It might not. I've got all the features of 411 video in the works, which I need to keep adding to because more features keep coming up. Not features, but just quality of life and so forth. There's all that information from the Beijing Bar Citizen as well, which I want to run through and put into a video. There's so much. Not to mention 411 will be going live sometime this week. It certainly could be tomorrow. What they said was they will monitor it over the weekend and see how it goes for a release this week. Chances are they will fix and get a build out tomorrow. Maybe another build tonight for the PTU and then a live build by tomorrow. I think that is the most likeliest. But there is still a potential for a live release today. Yeah, I'm not multitasking. OBS is... Deadlock, welcome. Deadlock? You're just a stick. Such a massive patch. Should have had the... Well, yeah, I mean, at the end of the day, what's 4.2 going to entail? I suppose it doesn't have to be... Like, these actual quarterly patches, they don't have to be huge releases, but they are generally the major patch release. And in fact, if those of you who have read the monthly report, if you recall the last team, the VFX team, it actually says, where is it? Pre-production visual effects work began for an upcoming major release, including locations, creatures, and weather. Now, that's not to say that 4.2 will be this major release. But an upcoming major release, I would assume, is a quarter patch, 0.2, 0.3. Sorry, 4.2, 4.3. So it could be June, end of June, that we see that stuff roll out, or it could be a bit later, like September. We'll see. I did, Tiberist. Thank you for slipping that 20. You are now accepted, my friend. Pagan, how are you doing? Good morning, sir. Welcome. You watched a video going over the details from Beijing. Some very exciting news. There's so much in that. I'm gonna, as I say, I'll break it down into my own video and just sort of cover what I feel like I need to say about that stuff. But I've sort of skimmed through it as it was happening. Well, not as it was happening, but once, as I was having a poo, basically. And I will take another look at it later on. Diabetic Wookie 07, thank you for the follow. But yeah, there was some good stuff in it. Do you think that the Pioneer hype will die down a bit for now, since CIG has stated that it won't be coming this year? Yes and no. I think that's more of an individual feeling. For those expecting it this year who feel disappointed that it's not coming this year, then of course the hype will die down. For those who are just excited for it in general, the hype will still be there. But yeah, I would expect so. For a year of bug fixing and refinements, they are sure dropping a lot of content. But that's the thing. This year, stability, playability, and content. Just not necessarily features, but by content, we're getting missions, and bug fixing, getting a lot of these long-standing bugs fixed. Also, quality of life, the amount of just little tweaks, they seem like little tweaks. Like being able to quantum travel back to your ship. And there was another one, I can't remember what it was. But just these, what appear to be very small, just tweaks, that have a huge impact. Those quality of life changes. That's what this year is focused on. Getting the game just far more enjoyable, feeling less like an alpha, get that stability up with the servers and stress testing and finding ways to improve, both client and server FPS. Fixing all these bugs that we have, providing narrative content and all these missions. It's already, we've seen, like the game, the PU is so much more enjoyable already, and we're only in May, we're not even halfway through yet. Just the fact they mention weather for that, mate. Yes, exactly, Vect, exactly, mate. It's like I say, that is the point. The fact they're mentioning weather and the next, or a major release, that to me is, we're getting weather this year. Of course, there must be a major release this year at some point. It's not going to be next year. So, yeah, very excited. It could be the major locations tease, could be the underworks. Yeah, I don't know what it could be, to be fair. Unless like, part of me is thinking it could be something like an event, like the IAE location. I hope not. I hope it's something coming earlier. Deej, welcome. This patch will be going live this week. It needs to be live before the 15th, because that's when Invictus launch week is dropping. So the patch is going to be in time for that one. Welcome, by the way. Just started planting season in New York. Almost 3.5 acres to till and plant. You are my go-to source for Invictus updates. Holy moly, deplorable. That is a lot of planting. Good for you, though, my friend. Gary O'Connor, how you doing? Volta, welcome. Tivil, welcome. We do read. As I say, we're going through the monthly report today, and we'll read a bit more about the engineering stuff, the flight mechanics. There is so much cool stuff going on with this engineering that I am very excited to get it. I just need to tighten this up. It's my thing. Wrong one. You can just look at the top of my head for a second. Tell me if I'm baldy. No, wrong one again. Raptor, how you doing? Hawk 07. But yeah, engineering. What we heard about in the monthly report this week is, what was it to do with diagnostic screens and something else? We'll get to it in a sec. Don't worry. So our Kraken is only going through a re-concept design. Again, I just hope they keep the bridge design. I guess a lot of these old ships need to go through this stuff, don't they? But yeah, the Idris, Scar Theory, how you doing? Castellian, welcome. Me and Deacon would... Oh, for some reason that kicked Siri off. Me and Deacon were discussing potential names and use cases for the Idris. Because he's planning to do some fleet shifteroos and get one. If it comes out, of course, which hopefully it will. They said similar to Pioneer's reconcept, so it'll likely keep the same major shapes. Yeah, I guess so. Just sort of the metrics, the new game systems. Rather than changing the whole visual look of it, it's more just to incorporate the new stuff, but who knows until they get on with it, right? So they said they are going to bring out a bigger ship than the Javelin. What could that be? The Bengal Carrier is one. I haven't gone through properly the whole Beijing thing, so I don't know. I don't know what they were saying, what their mannerisms about it are. But the Bengal Carrier will be something craftable. There are probably going to be other ships anyway that are bigger. Because what's the Javelin, like 345 meters? Yeah, we've been keeping up with the Pioneer and its ongoing work. It's not like it's, on hold. It is actively being worked on, but it's a big ship. It's an important ship. Not that it matters, because all ships are important, but it's a big ship that requires a lot of work. And it's fleshing out that consolidated outland visual, which we don't have for a large ship. Yo, Sniper, Jim, welcome, Rasak, G-Sharp, S7. Can't wait till they do the damage redesign where the light fight can't solo. Where a light fighter can't solo a capital ship. Yeah, it's hilarious that is even possible now. But yeah, absolutely. It is Rasak. It's so every monthly report is an engineering tease, but it's also a radar and scanning tease and weather tease. Rickan 07, my friend, thank you so much for the 10-month resub. Hopefully, it'll go live today, tomorrow. No, I don't shampoo and condition. I do. I just shampoo. I use Head and Shoulders. I don't know, maybe that's 2 in 1. I have no idea. Thank you, though, Typerist. Thank you so much. Lyle, welcome. Yeah, it's a very helpful being able to quantum travel to, unattended ships for various reasons. Very cool. I'm not a massive fan of electro music, but I like all kinds of music. It depends on the song itself. I'm sure there will be some electro songs that I enjoy, some that I don't. Just like there's classical songs, there's, synthwave songs and rap songs, but mostly it's metal that I'm into. Oh, a $15 million escort carrier stretch goal. Oh, right. I completely forgot about that one. But, yeah, we'll see what that is. D-Star, welcome. As ever. Yeah, me too, Peeper. I would love to see a pure carrier, ship carrier. That would be nice. Sun Devil, welcome. Redesign of the Caterpillar and Reclaimer. It wouldn't surprise me. They're both very old ships that are definitely in... I think any ship past a certain date is in need of a redesign. Not like a huge redesign, but just something that brings everything up to the latest tech, metrics and so forth. It's not like it's a huge change to everything, but, you know, a lot of ships have fallen behind the times. And that's probably why a lot of the time they're not working on them, because it requires more than just building the ship. Raptor Actual, what info has come out about the Guardian? Thank you, Hawk. Not so much that I know. Thank you, Hawk. You still like the smaller ships. I think the big ships are going to be so much to run and maintain. Yeah, Giles, Jason. I think, depending on what you like to do, what resources you have available in terms of friends to play with, or, you know, an org, monetary resources in game as well. It is definitely going to be you either prefer the small or the large. I like all of it, thankfully and gratefully, because I have access to all of it. I love my off-grid stuff because it grounds me back as a new player with nothing, just a basic starter package. And I adore that style of gameplay with off-gridding and Zero to Hero. But then at the same time, there is nothing quite like walking around Polaris and seeing everyone going about doing their thing, and then, you know, landing and deploying and coming back again, and standing on the bridge and watching everyone do their stuff. So I love it all, but there's no reason why we need to pigeonhole ourselves into one style. And that's the beauty of an org, is you can just join in with the rest of them. Nimzaro, thank you for the follow. Welcome. What's a shower? Take 2 bottles. Yeah, what's the point? Just get it all in one. The fact that they are continuing the Pioneer development makes me hopeful for some form of crafting or base building will come this year along with its release. Yeah, I certainly expect to see a lot of crafting this year. I think that's something that is already in a very good state internally and will just need to be exposed to the player, as we heard. Which will start to evolve as the year goes on with, you know, options for us. All they need to create really is I say all of it, but the UI for us and the fabricators, so that we have a physical thing to use. We don't have to have a ship to do it, but it would be useful. And then from there, base building, we'll probably see like the work done on that this year rather than anything hands-on. But then, yeah, next year, definitely. Well, I can't wait. I don't know about autonomous control, Zuz. I mean, I'm not opposed to it for certain things, but as Chris said, he doesn't want players just sitting back and doing nothing. He wants players to be in control of everything. But there are certainly some circumstances where autonomy is useful or handy without it being you know, let's send off my fleet to do everything for me automatically without me having to do a thing. Like, I get where they're coming from. Oh, you've been playing the Dune Awakening. Notice that they also have server meshing, and it works great. Glad to see more developers going into server meshing and making worlds larger. Yeah, how big is Dune then? Is it, like, big? But that's it, you know. It's not like a new technology, but it certainly is one that hasn't been fully utilized yet. I do still crave that feeling of landing in a ship with a large enough hangar for ships that aren't just small fighters. Having a mothership, yeah, for mining expedition. Absolutely. Interitus, as Evans up, welcome. Kyle, welcome. A rework of at least gun racks and storage. Wasn't there something on the Beijing thing spoken about gun racks or missile racks? But, I mean, at the end of the day, every ship, like when we had the early gold standard passes done on various ships, it was component spacing and locations, physical locations. It was gun racks and lockers, even though the lockers weren't functional. There's also the engineering in, you know, kiosks and fuses. Oh man, there's a lot to do for each ship. The fact that they would even try to say the Reclaimer wouldn't need a full rework is crazy. There are so many issues interior and exterior that would need remodeling to be ready for gold standard. In which areas then, Griff? What is it that you think needs like a complete remodel? Kevsky, 7, welcome sir. Got a Star Citizen week. Got an... Oh, as in your kids and wife are away, so you're going to be playing Star Citizen all week. Good timing. Especially if it goes live, which it should be doing. Mod Massive, welcome. Are you going to jump in with us and join us? Ramoyne, 7. It is beautiful out there, isn't it? Yeah. We're stuck indoors, but Rachel and Summer are out in the garden playing with water and stuff. Yeah, I think we will see crafting roll out this year in a somewhat rudimentary way, but still more advanced as than a tier 0. After 1.0 or during the PTU, I want to have a Zero to Hero contest in which there is a race to see who can get the furthest in the time. That's definitely not going to be me, though. That to me is kind of like the opposite of why I do it. I mean, it's a cool contest, cool idea for those interested. But the whole purpose of me doing like a Zero to Hero is to not earn as much as possible in the shortest amount of time, right? That's like what I keep saying. But at the same time, for those interested in doing that, that would be kind of fun. But not for me. I wouldn't enjoy that. Yo, Big Welsh Matt. Yep. Should be sometime early this week, I hope. Quantum to your own ship is expanded to include party members. Yeah, that would be useful. Absolutely. I wonder how that would work, because it's not to say that the owner of the ship is going to be taking out the snub craft, the smaller craft, to then return to it. Like, for example, if APOC brings his Polaris and we go out in a Pisces, and we're piloting and we go away, can we quantum travel back? We shouldn't be able to, should we? It's a good point. Oh, giving you access to 1/4 of the main map, and it felt giant. Nice. Was it a bomb trolley, the words they used? Okay. Fair enough. That'll do it. You're debating if you are really going to commit in getting an Idris. I mean, you know the answer to that, Mr. Derp. You know the answer. I don't need to tell you. No, of course. Server meshing on a single planet is definitely a lot less complicated than, multiple systems. But it's definitely, as you say, cool that it's getting used. White Canary is 7. I'm fantastic, thank you, sir. How are you doing? Time to put me back into the Reclaimer's foyer. What? Oh, God, yeah. I don't know why that happened. That was so funny. I wonder if Winter has fixed that issue with the Reclaimer bed logging. Technically, if there's one person still on the capital ship... Well, that's true. You could quantum to the person, couldn't you, Biscuit? Good point. And if you do go out with the owner, then at least you have that return to. Good point, yeah. The Zero to Hero runs have as keeping him as a swab as long as he can on all ships. You what? It'd be cool, yeah, see how long you can live on the ships. Not necessarily, earn enough to get a big ship or whatever, but yeah. I do wish we are going to get a ship repair before 1.0. Oh, we absolutely will do, Caveman, yeah. I don't know if it'll be the Crucible, but in terms of actual being able to repair your ships, will be a prerequisite for 1.0. They will... So we'll be able to, when we get engineering, we'll be able to fix, even rudimentary, just laser beam and fix the components to start with. We already have the physical fixing of the externals of our ship. So essentially, yes, bringing your ship back from a state of... only if your ship is essentially snapped in half would it be like this is a critical damage, you won't be able to fix it. But yeah, we may have the Vulcan by then. Not necessarily the Crucible, but the Vulcan, potentially. Although the Vulcan isn't designed to fully fix a ship back up again. It's more of a, get it running so that you could go back to a port to get fixed. Someone said the Asgard repairs and rearms. Cave, brother, welcome. That is likely, if anything, I'm assuming it's to transport, like, tanks. It'll probably be able to refuel and rearm the vehicles it can carry rather than itself as such. I don't know, though, because until we get official word, I wouldn't want to speculate too far about it. 411, everyone in the party can see all unmanned... Oh, you can? You can actually see all the unmanned ships and jump to them in the party. Nice. Yo, APOC. You over on Twitch today? I mean YouTube. JC, welcome. The back of the Reclaimer where you throw out the 16 boxes, it needs to be bigger. It's definitely an awkward shape, that. So, engine block docking port. Oh, engines block the docking port. Yeah, that's stupid. Top docking port isn't usable except to enter the ship. Coffin elevator needs a rework. Center cargo bay is almost unusable as it is. Yeah, but not like the whole like living quarters and areas. There are definitely certain areas that need a redesign, but it's not like a full remodel. But I see what you mean by like engines blocking doors and so forth. That certainly isn't a good option. Although if you're docking, chances are you're in space, so you won't need things like VTOLs. Is it VTOLs that block it, or landing gear? Because you won't be using them when you're docking. Necessarily, anyway. Yes, I agree, Ramoyne. An RC tonight, live release tomorrow. I kind of feel the same way. Ruboy, welcome. Yeah, just a little bit of work in here and there just to get it functioning as properly. Flight sticks en route, TS. Hope it improves the feel as much. Oh, it will do. Which ones are you getting? Master Cheeks, welcome. Do you think, maybe today for 411, but more likely tomorrow? I think it'll be, yeah, either they will release it today and then continue to hotfix, or it'll be a release candidate today with as many fixes as they can for what is causing problems, which is more likely in my opinion. And then push that to live tomorrow and continue to hotfix. James, how are you, my friend? Are you doing well? You are more than welcome. Thank you for watching. Still. They did shape the Reclaimer somewhat like a spy. Yeah, they are. Oh, it's a bit freaky. Oh, it needs a full rework, did they say? Okay. Hopefully it remains visually the same, because I do love the Reclaimer. But yeah, I guess there's a lot of problem there. I just say I haven't read everything yet, so I've got a lot of catching up to do. Yeah, welding nacelles back on. That would be a cool thing to be able to do. I hope we can do that. You could have one person holding it and then the other one welding it. Oh. Mayor 07. There is a ground vehicle repair bay in the Ironclad Assault, but will repair be in before the ship release remains to be seen? Yeah, exactly. I don't know what they need to bring in repair in its entirety. I assume things like Maelstrom might be needed. We definitely need engineering before they can do the whole repair thing, because we need to be able to repair our components. So, yeah, and have a diagnostic screen to actually diagnose what the problem might be and malfunctions and so forth. Trader Gator, thank you so much for the 39-month resub. Beers and party in chat, please. Thank you so much. I do like that CIG are waiting for the features to be fleshed out and in place before releasing related ships. Yeah, it's definitely... To me, I'm fine with them releasing them early because we get to play with them, but it's certainly, like you say, if they have to keep redesigning things when the gameplay rolls out, it's kind of a waste of time. So it is better this way around. So party members can't see them when looking around, but if they go into the Moby map, you can see all the ships in your party, manned and unmanned. The owner can see the serial number of all of his ships, no matter where he is in the FPS view. Nice! So good! Johnny, Volos, welcome. Star, welcome. 07. You upgraded your Cytec X52 to the X56. Very nice. Got a couple of table clamps for them, but I'm still trying to adjust them. I feel like I'm flying so clunky. Yeah, understood. I thank you to whoever. There's a couple of you who have bought some things from MonsterTech. Appreciate that. A couple of people getting GameGlass and stuff, so thank you guys. You heard anything about the patch launch? So the patch that is welcome, by the way. The patch that is on PTU right now is a a release candidate that they will monitor over the weekend for a few fixes that they brought out, and if all is good, they'll push it live today or tomorrow, depending on what their findings are and if they want to just fix anything else. I suspect, as I say, it'll be, we have some more fixes, you know, put out another PTU patch tonight, another release candidate, fix whatever they can, and then go live tomorrow. But until they tell us, we don't know. But yeah, it's going to be in the next day or two, if not today. Nano, good day, sir. Welcome. I think they need to get rid of the back elevator and add a ramp. Well, yeah, there's something needs to change. A ramp would be kind of funny because it's so high up, unless they find a way of lowering it, and it'll just like, things will just tumble out all the way down. Do you have dual omni throttles, James? Oh, man, I've always wanted to try that. Yes, when 411 goes live, JC, we should be able to buy the TAC. Although it might be waiting, yeah, until... It'll probably be waiting until Invictus. It's a good question, I don't know. Landry, welcome. Yeah, I don't know if they are doing it as a gold standard anymore. I feel like they've sort of changed their process where they're just trying to, behind closed doors, get all ships up to the standard that, you know, I suppose we would class as gold, rather than this patch is bringing this gold standard ship and this patch is bringing this one. I think they're actually on with that right now, trying to convert as many ships as possible internally to gold standard so that when engineering starts to roll out, they can just bring them all out. Because, you know, it's... Popping them out every now and again is just not going to work. I think they're just, you know, closing the doors, getting it all sorted. Dammy Wolf, thank you for the follow. Welcome. That's what I suspect, because we haven't heard anything about a gold standard this ship or that ship, you know. Peeper, thank you so much for the cheer. Much appreciated. Exclamation cheers. Burger Pops, welcome. AMD, welcome. How are they going to sell the Idris now that it is going to be live? And I love your channel. Thank you so much. How are they going to sell it? They will probably do another... Is it limited sale run? If they do sell it. If it does go live. There's still an if. But they'll probably do a limited run. And then not this patch, but a patch in the future. Hopefully the next patch, they'll make it available in-game. But, yeah, I don't know. It's an interesting question. Yes, I believe the Polaris is supposed to be able to refuel and repair in the hangar. So, yeah, we need to get that actually functioning. It doesn't matter what ships say it comes with until it's actually functioning. It's irrelevant, isn't it? Yeah, it'll be interesting to see if they can get all ships fitted with physical components before they start rolling out engineering. They've probably got quite a bit of time left first. I'm sure as they start rolling out engineering into like a tech preview or an EPTU channel, it'll stay in there for a little while they dial everything in, and that gives them more time to continue converting the old ships. Yeah, you might be right, Rue. The Ironclad might not be able to fix anything internally for a while until they actually bring out that functionality. They broke the training missions with the last patch. In what way? What did they do? Classic. Is this me? How you doing? Good morning. Get them. I can literally fly circles around people with 2 and foot pedals. Oh, as in the Omni. Well, I've got one Omni throttle. I have considered changing the other one to Omni, just for that sort of, you know, Grav Racer Star Wars feel. I may have to sort of pick one up. Kemi, how you doing, sir? Nice to see you. Are you well? GQ, welcome. I'm really hoping, but kind of doubt, that engineering will push gold standard. It's definitely pushing it. So, there was an Inside Star Citizen a while ago. I think it was talking about engineering, where the question was put, you know, how do you go about converting 200 ships and almost to deal with, you know, all these things, and they just said it's just a long process. Now, this was like a year and a bit ago. So, as I say, I feel like they're just knuckling down on every ship to get them to, I suppose, what we would consider gold standard with physical components. Maybe prioritizing the components versus anything else. But yeah, I'm pretty sure it is a big driving force for that, because they won't. I don't think. I'm a bit like this. I don't know if they can release engineering in its, first proper rollout to live, with some ships having it and some ships not. It feels like that is not something they can do. Now, again, I don't know if that's the case. They could, and I wouldn't be surprised if they did. But I think they're just making a push to try and convert as many ships as possible to be ready for that, and hopefully all of them. But there's a lot of ships, so we'll see. Yeah, boy, how you doing? You're new to the game. Is this next update going to wipe? Technically, no. And I think they fixed the bug where bought and scavenged components get wiped. There was a bug recently where certain items get wiped. If your character has any clothing, items, armor on, weapons on, take them off, put them in your local inventory. There is a thing happening where they will go missing if you are wearing them when it goes live. But there is not supposed to be a wipe this patch, from what I understand. They could change their mind and pop along and say yes, but at this time there isn't. But yeah, strip off, and let's hope that those components don't just disappear like they have for the last 2 patches. Drizzle, thank you for the follow. Much appreciated. You've decided rather than getting chair mounts, I'm going to copy Detox and get a desk rail as being able to slide. I have the desk rail. Now, the problem I have is that I cannot slide them off because I have legs either side that just won't allow that. But if you have that option, that is great. So you can convert it from, work desk to play desk. The only trouble I will say is that after spending a lot of time micro-moving everything to get it perfectly where I want it, because I've got the keyboard, the mouse, 2 joysticks, a center mount for my tablet, and a mount for my VKB module. Everything is set up where I want it. If I was to slide it aside, I'd have to then put it back and get it all perfectly aligned again. So, to me, as useful as the slide rail is to keeping things out of the way, if you're just using 2 joysticks, perfect, because you don't have to think about the placement of them other than just, that feels good, that feels good. If you've got a keyboard and a mouse plate as well, you've got to make sure that your sticks are not hitting them. Anything else on top of that as well. So, highly recommend the rail system, but it is a specific use case. So think about everything. I actually got some clamps and set everything up and clamped it to my desk before I did any drilling. But they are, let me show you, because if you've got any questions, by all means ask away about it. I'll do my best to answer. But I have only just now completed this setup. All right, I don't know if you can see this properly, but if you look here, let me just make that camera a bit bigger for you. So, as you can see, we have... Oh boy, they're my slippers. So that's my Omni throttle. We've got the keyboard mount here, which goes over here to this one, and then the mouse one there, and then I have just a random mount that my girlfriend had, where I put my iPad for checking things like Urkel. And then here I have this tablet mount, which I use for GAMEGLASS. And then that is where I have my module mounted. And you've got to make sure that there's clearance where you're not... If I go bang, I could hit there. But if I move it too far over, it feels out of place. I've got to make sure that isn't hitting there, that's not hitting there. You can raise them up, you can raise them down, you can raise them to move them to the left or right. It is quite a complicated thing to set up and tweak, but obviously you spend the time doing it, you will appreciate it and it'll feel good. But yeah, it's, the actual thingy mounts, the rail mounts, they are specific, right, to certain people. But I do recommend them if it is what you need. But before you drill anything, make sure you do it perfect, right? So with sticks, you can cruise. With a throttle, you can cruise hands off. because you can push it forwards and let go. With a dual stick, there's often sticks don't have a center return, but throttles do. A lot of sticks now, even like VKB stuff, you can take out the spring or whatever it's called and have it more like a throttle. But there's also cruise control, but you don't want to get confused with, forgetting that you've got cruise control on. We've all done that, I'm sure. Landry, welcome. I guess the network changes broke the training missions they worked before, and the only thing they changed was networking. So I guess these missions break because the server can't check that you reached a mission point. Oh, could be. Yeah, I don't know. I know they had the Ace Pilot and removed that. Is that the same thing? Strip off time, yeah. Yes, Maelstrom can get the actual weight of ships along with the CAG. Man, there's so much to... Like, what we have right now is mostly faked in terms of flight, in terms of damage and weight. It's pretty much faked based on stats and meta and doing what they can. We are going to get so much more simulation involved, which I cannot wait for. Mr. Wilson, how you doing? I hate spam, welcome. Do you know if there will be a cheap LTI vehicle or ship that would be almost immediately upgradable to the Golem? Probably the MTC. I don't know how much it is, but it might be cheaper than the Golem, I would think. The VKB can be adjusted to only, either X or Y. Like, you can go in and you can tweak it so that you can make it into a throttle if you wanted. I didn't bother because I like having the versatility of dual stick, but that's why I like the Omni throttle, because it feels like you've got a throttle. Hopefully not Arthur in terms of wiping rep. I don't believe so. That's all right, Jason. I do plan to do, now that I've got this final piece, I've been waiting on this for a long while because they kept sending this piece that isn't the same as the blueprint on their website, and I kept saying I need this specific one. Turns out they just changed it and you can use that, but it didn't seem as good as the previous piece they used, so I was a bit like, I don't know if I want to use that. Yeah, sorry about the crotch shot. But now it's all set up. I'm going to put the end caps on. I'm going to give it a clean. I use my little watch cleaner and a brush, and I will do a proper video on it so that you can see my full setup. Astro, welcome. Yeah, people don't have a clue what their spending is. They're just going on, what their own spending is, I guess. I don't know. Most people can only think from their own experience. Sex, Cools, welcome. You're debating going to New Babbage as your home base for 411. You might pick Lawville. Yeah, it's a difficult one. What's the dilemma? They are Sun Devil. Slippers are an essential part of the cockpit. Right now it's kind of warm, but my feet get cold. So I'm a bit... Do I put slippers on? Do I not? Thank you, Slave. No, I am super lucky to get all of this because I haven't paid for any of it. So I am very, very grateful to MonsterTech, to TOBII, to VKB, to GameGlass. Without that, I probably wouldn't be able to afford it all. So a huge thank you to them. And, by actually having access to it and using it, I can genuinely say this stuff is worth the money. It is an amazing setup that I am so grateful to have. And I can recommend them 100%. Landry, thank you for the follow, by the way. Much appreciated. Vicious Beans, thank you so much. How are you today? Now that you've got your head tracking sorted, it's time for the first left stick. That's it. Just tick it off as you go, right? Just get one thing, and then one thing, and then one thing. Also, there is an industrial brand, Velcro, from Scotch brand. Do you mean Scotch, what's it called? I tend to use command strips. They work really good. But Scotch Brite do, is that what you meant? Scotch Brite, sorry. You reckon the MTC will be about 60 to 70? It could be. I think it's probably more like 40 to 60, personally, but I don't know until we know exactly what it does. Proton, thank you so much for the cheer, my friend. Happy Monday indeed. Hopefully there is such a thing in your area of the planet. What, happy Monday? I enjoy Mondays. I really do enjoy Mondays. But I understand why for many it's not fun. Zimba, welcome. 07, thank you for the cheers, by the way, Proton. Robert, welcome. Yeah, it should be cheaper than the Air, so I would think so. I can't imagine it's going to be that expensive. Bear Normal, how you doing? You're within the hour. That's all good. You replaced your Omni with the VKB Space Throttle. Is it good then, the throttle? Attack Goose 07, thank you for the follow. Sharpology, welcome. You just bought these solars and desk mounts. The placement has been a nightmare micro moving. It's annoying, isn't it? It's so annoying. Having to be like, little tweak there, raise it up a little bit. Man, it's a nightmare trying to get it right. But obviously once you've got it right, you're good. Roz, how you doing? Yeah, F5 Wars. Good luck, everyone. Going to be so funny having unsecured cargo and people flying about on hard turns. I just hope they'll still do explosive decompression like they showed. Yeah, when you get sucked out of the airlock, that's going to be so cool. I guess they need life support and pressure, internal pressure, before they can do that, which is coming with engineering, so that'll be good. Billups, thank you so much for becoming a channel member, my friend. Beers and party, please. Boop, boop, boop. Beep, beep, boop, boop. Beep, boop, boop. Let me give you a little top hat tip there. Whoop. Thank you, sir. Very much appreciated. You lost items that I bought at the pledge store. When will I get them back in this update? Hopefully. Yeah, I think generally if you lose stuff from one patch, you have to either do a character reset, which doesn't... I don't know if that's actually the way to do it anymore, is it? But yeah, generally it'll come back within the next patch. Sure thing, Kevsky. Have a good one, my friend. We'll catch you soon. I'm looking at the VKBs and I'm trying to decide between just 2 sticks or going with the Omni for the left. I would recommend the Omni, personally, because I've tried... So I really enjoy, as I say, the throttle of HOTAS. It just feels like you're flying a cool spaceship or, you know, a fighter pilot. But then having the dual sticks gives you so much more control over your strafing, because I use my twist to go up and down and, you know, side to side to go side to side, which if you have a traditional throttle, you will be using a hat key to do that, which gives you have to tap it to move slightly. It doesn't give you that, you know, incremental speed up. Whereas having the Omni throttle gives you that feeling of having a throttle while also giving you that twist functionality. So it's definitely something to think about. When I used dual stick, then went back to traditional throttle. Like, I loved traditional throttle, then used dual stick, really enjoyed it, but missed that feeling of a throttle where you could just push it and let go. Not that I use it with this anyway, but then having, you know, that feeling of a throttle is cool. Boom, boom, boom. Yeah, I'd always say don't go to Area 18 during Invictus, like for like as a living place. Definitely change that and just visit. Sure thing, GQ. Have a good day, my friend. Bless you. No, I don't think I'll see the MTC as, you know, in place of my hover bike. Unless it's something that can fit like the hover bike can, or it's like, will it fit in a cutter? I don't know. What's inside? You know, how usable is it versus the hover bike? It's an option, but I don't think it'll be possible. Thing is, people, there's no reason why you shouldn't choose a throttle for a space game versus 6 Degrees of Freedom with a dual stick. Aside from that reason, but a lot of people just like throttles. And they don't mind the hat key. But I personally do like having that extra, you know, especially when you're coming into land on dodgy angles, pulling those weird maneuvers, having that option to incrementally strafe or up and down or whatever. So good. You have to either wait for the next patch or exchange what you have lost. That's right. Yeah, some people exchange it and then rebuy it if you lose that, you know, stuff that you paid real money for. Yo, Carbide, you use pedals? Yeah, that's something I haven't had experience with, but a lot of people really love it. So it's another option. You have Omni on the left and do the exact same thing with the twist up and down. Yeah, same here. A lot of people don't do that though, Vec. That's the weird thing. Like when people say, "Oh, you need to, you know, check out Buzzkiller's set," like none of that is what I want. It's so strange. I have it very different. The Logitech G600 mouse. So many clicks. Yeah, I bet it really helps. Logic Pro, welcome. 50, yeah, thank you. 15th, as they say. Yoke. Do check out Verpal. They're bringing out some yokes. They look very cool. I'd love to try them, but it always puts me off having to set them up. Plus, I'd have to take off the mount. I'd have to, you know. Nightmare. What about triple stick? We all go on about dual stick. Anyone tried triple stick? You could be like, boom, boom, then one in the middle. Could have one up here for doing something. That'll be fun. You're getting TOBII next, Biscuit. Highly recommend it. You know, a lot of these things do feel like game changers to me. But you don't realize until you get them. And then it's like, oh my Lord, I don't want it to break. You always enjoy when you have a real hat on my left stick that I can keybind for FPS movements. Oh, really? Was that like a free one rather than like a click left hat? Yo, Cold Rain, how you doing? Love having forward and reverse on pedals. When I was learning not to use so much throttle, I would pull my feet off the pedals during dogfighting. Ah, very cool. I'd love to have pedals for like ground vehicle forward and brake. I think that would be really nice with a yoke as well. I could see that, you know, driving an Ursa with a yoke and ground and pedals. But then, like at the end of the day, we'll wind up with having. You need a system. I hope MonsterTech are listening, where you can pull in like a yoke and swap out with something else, and then pull, you know, slide them out of the way. I know they somewhat exist in places, especially if you have them mounted to your chair. A foot-operated third stick for throttle. For entirely nerdy reasons, I want a throttle to mount above me so I can reach up and... Yeah, just something so it feels like you're actually engaging in a cockpit. That would be so fun. You quad stick. You use more sticks instead of pedals. Hey, if it works. You mentioned before that GameGlass would work all right on the current... Yeah, so I have the... Hang on, I don't know if I can even flip and see this. I don't know which one it is, but it's... I can't remember which one it is now. What was this one, Vic? Oh, it's turned off at the moment. I think it was the Fire 10, the Amazon Fire 10. Their most recent Fire 10. And it works superb on that. There is still a slight delay, like you press it, then press it now, press it now. It's not like instant, but I don't even know if any tablet can do things like instantly when communicating like that. I haven't tried it on my iPad. This game's come a long way on controller. What do you mean? Isn't it now playable with controller? Yeah, we will certainly hear from CIG today, Billups. Mostly to do with 411 and its release expectations. They've had it on the PTU over the weekend as a release candidate, the first release candidate, so there's likely going to be more. Well, there's potentially going to be more. So we'll hear from them today whether they're releasing it live, putting out another one, or what else. Yeah, there is a lot of stuff going on, Bill. There's so much in the works. But it's a case of... Not all of it is coming with 411. Not all of it is coming in, you know... the next build. Sometimes they just put stuff in so it's ready. Or it gets left in from patch to patch. Every male has a triple stick. I don't know. Does it go up, though? Where's the button? Oh! Spencer, how you doing? You have a wing stick, pedals for yaw and throttle F16 with joystick on the index finger position for incremental strafing. Very interesting. Smilling, welcome. How much for the Asgard? Or how much do we know about the Asgard? Not a great deal, other than it looks like it's a tonk carrier. A tonk carrier, not a tank carrier. And yeah, it's just a meteor Valkyrie. I don't know what else is different though. Yeah, the bindings are absolutely personal, and it is all about what feels right. That's why when I say about like my TOBII settings, I just say it's a starting point. Everyone has their own preferences for everything, and I do suggest playing with all of it. You know, if you've got GAMEGLASS, figure out, like, build a shard. Build one that works for you. If you've got your sticks, dial them in. Spend that time dialing them in. If you've got mounts, make sure that they're in the accurate place for you. Both. Don't just be like, oh, that'll do. Really hone it in. I mean, just saying that, I should follow my own advice. I'm very much like, oh, that'll do for now. But TOBII's the same. You know, make sure that it's all as it should be. So your right X and Y. So on my right hand, I pull up and down to nose up and down, and I twist it to yaw, and then I do that to roll. And then on my left stick, I've got throttle forwards and backwards, twist forwards to go up, I think, and down to go down, and then, you know, move left and right to strafe left and right. And a lot of the time, it just takes getting used to, doesn't it? Do you know what, Mr. Wilson? Saying, you know, we might actually have a game by the end of the year. Funnily enough, I actually think that is exactly where it's going. Not by game, we don't mean, you know, it's still alpha. But if they continue this path that they're currently on, with playability, stability, quality of life, content, you know, stuff like that, by the end of this year, I cannot imagine what Star Citizen's PU will feel like and how that's gonna, you know, turn heads massively. Yeah, like you say, playable. Just so much already is getting more and more playable. The only things, like I was thinking, like, there's certain things that they can only hotfix for now while they're working on refactors, like social stuff and elevators and things. But on the monthly report in core team, where was it? I think maybe not core team. There was something that we'll get to when we start running through it, but there was a few things that they mentioned that for me were the main issues. But that's something that they stated that they are absolutely looking into. But yeah, we're coming on a long way. You can fit a golem inside the Asgard with room left over. Well, I mean, if it's intended to fit a tonk, I think the golem's smaller than the tonk, so it would make sense. It's a big vehicle, and it's intended to bring the big guns to the front line, so I think ideally it's intended to be a tonk. Verpal have indefinite waiting times. Oh, man. I mean, it's testament to the quality of their stuff, you know, that people want it. But yeah, it's... I couldn't buy something not knowing when it's going to be delivered. Like Star Citizen, for example. I don't think it'll make the Valkyrie obsolete. I think what like they've said, no ship will be obsolete. They will make sure that it makes sense somewhere, based on what is required. So a lot of ships kind of force other ones out right now while they're bringing out these new ones, but they will certainly tweak and adjust and balance and bring usability in. But yeah, if this releases without any changes to the Valkyrie, like if we never saw a single change to the Valkyrie going forwards, then yeah, it would be obsolete with this new ship coming in. But that's very unlikely. A red line race in a Vanduul system. Now that's a hardcore race. I like that. Waiting 6 months, Kemi. Wow. Good morning, Taron. How you doing? Yes, I did. It was a nice weekend. We actually spent the weekend just getting odd jobs done. Fixing things up, I think. I think I did a bit of gardening as well. Yeah. I like Sunday. On this calisthenics like workout plan, Sunday is like a full rest day. So I make a point of just hydrating, eating, you know, proper. Well, I eat properly anyway, but you know what I mean. And getting rest. And then I always get a bath as well. Usually I just shower throughout the week. But yeah, I always like have a nice bath and just do a proper rest so that I'm ready for the training day today and the rest of the week. Yoshi, how you doing? Welcome. Terrence, welcome. You're more hyped for the Asgard than I've ever been for a ship. I am an Anvil guy and I've been been wanting a Valkyrie, but couldn't justify the price as a solo player. Hopefully I can fit a Fury and a Nurser in there. It certainly sounds like it's possible. And it's nice, like, as you say, the Valkyrie is a cool ship, but it's quite old. Getting a updated version of that with extra functionality will certainly see people just being like taking the Valkyrie and just wiping that to get the new one if it's more expensive, which I think most people hope it is. Noel, how you doing? Hopefully. So going back to that whole talk about the Valkyrie being, you know, pointless, as I say, if it stayed the same, then it would be. But they will certainly update it. Now, whether the updates to the... I mean, we've seen some updates to the Valkyrie already, which made it even better, but then obviously the Asgard was announced and everyone's like, oh, okay, forget that. That's not to say that we won't see more updates in the short term, but yeah, I haven't heard anything. So I don't think anything is changing with the Valkyrie with this release, but I'm sure there will be something at some point. Dirtbag, how you doing? Welcome. Yeah, all of that work that they've done for the Asgard, a lot of it, like, most likely, component housing, those sorts of things, all the gold standard stuff, should be transferable pretty easily. It depends on how different it is, which I don't think it's all that different. Gary, welcome. Yeah, I mean, I'm guessing, you know, the Valkyrie can hold up to 20 troops and the ground vehicle, plus anyone else in the actual back. So it's certainly not an obsolete ship. And when we have reason to be sat down, like we heard at the Beijing thing, if you're sat down, you won't be impacted by any G-forces and so forth. So coming into land in a hot zone, you don't want to be stood up because you'll be flung around, you'll all get injured, and then you'll just be like falling out of the ramp at the, you know, when it deploys. I don't think the Asgard has any deploy seats, so it is a different ship. It is for transporting... It's kind of like a mini C2. And then you've got the... or an M2, sorry. And then you've got the Valkyrie, which is there to deploy troops. It would be cool if they could actually increase... I think it would have been better decreasing the size of the cargo bay, but increasing the amount of people it can carry, making it into a huge dropship. You bring a dropship like a Valkyrie, which has, you know, 40 people to drop off rather than 20. Like 20 people in a battle is quite a significant number to turn the tide. 40 would be even crazier. Reagan, 7, welcome. Kenobi, welcome. When there will be a mining ship with a refinery? I think the Expanse is the refinery ship, and I don't know when it's coming, but hopefully now that they've got this full-on mining loop with 411, it would dictate the requirement for a ship refinery. But yeah, I don't know if that's on the cards. It's not one that they've mentioned of late, so I don't know. I need a pee. How you doing? It's finding a point for carrying... Well, that's it. At this time, there's a lot of ships that don't really have a point because there's not the content or gameplay there. For example, though, a PAF would certainly warrant a Valkyrie dropping 20 people off. Not to say that there's enough of a challenge with 20 people. It's, you know, it's quite easy right now, but as things start to get more permanent, like death, and more punishing, for my org especially, I don't want anyone to die. I want to be able to always pick up or not, suffer any casualties, because death is going to be impactful. So going to a PAF with a Valkyrie full of people and a ground vehicle to ensure that you are the overwhelming force and you are not going to struggle along. Like, you could go in on your own and pretty much do the full thing, but there's a good chance you will get shot and you'd have to respawn. You go in with 2 people, same thing. 3 people, gets a little easier. 4 people, gets a little easier. The more people you bring in, the less chance of you dying or being left is obviously decreased. But you get 20 people deploying. That's a huge amount of force that should see nobody getting down, and you overwhelming the whole PAF, and also providing support in case players come in. So there is use cases for it, but at the moment, there's not much of a challenge or a punishment to bother, because you can just respawn, and the NPCs are quite easy. Getting a new version of something is nice, but CIG Moneywagon will keep pumping out ships better than forcing the upgrade. Well, kind of. I think what we find, though, is that building these new ships actually helps to support the older ships in upgrading them as well, while providing more content and things to do. I'm sure it's not as black and white as that. Like, there are some ships that I would prefer them to focus on them rather than bringing new ones out, but either way, they're pumping them out regardless, and it helps fund the game, so I'm happy. Well, it depends on what the MTC is. Like, what does it do? It's Bunny, thank you for the follow. Welcome. 07. With sticks, I think it's best to only bind essential stuff first, like movement. Yes. Yeah, get the basics done, and then over time, like, jump in Arena. The way I do it is I jump into Arena Commander and go into, like, either free flight first when I'm binding my sticks, just to get the basics, or something like PvE combat, so that you can at least pause it and be like, right, I need countermeasures, or I need, something else that is related. It certainly is possible today, Cyber. Welcome. But I think it's more likely going to be tomorrow. Could see a release candidate go today, and then hopefully release tomorrow. But yeah, it could be today. Jeremy, yeah, I want your galaxy as well. Rich Flag 07, Dr. Itch, welcome. Guardian MX does not have living quarters. I don't know how much better it will be compared to the QI. What is your take on it? Well, it depends on the situation that you're going to use it in. If you are going out in an MX with the intention of living in it for a duration of time, then of course you won't be able to. If it is being deployed as a gunboat of some, like a support ship, then you don't need a bed. The Mirai Guardian QI is an interceptor, so I guess is it an interceptor? I think has a QED, doesn't it? So you're going to be sat around waiting for your target, so it needs living quarters. I think it's more a case of it really depends on the situation you're bringing these things into, and as much as that might not be relevant at this time, in the end game it is. If a dropship gets wiped, then you get mass casualties. Yep, absolutely. Yeah, the Valkyrie's had a great upgrade to its health. It's got an increased cargo bay, so it has had a lot of updates already. But they are 2 different ships for different use cases. If you want troops, you're not going to stick them in the back of your... well, you can now, but as flight changes and forces change and life support comes in, you're not going to want to have everyone bundled into a ship that can't support that. Welcome, by the way, Ryan. Ships like the Asgard are used to train up a new hire. In what way, Vect? Amazing, Zarek. 07, welcome. What excites me the most about 411? The amount of content, like missions, especially, localized missions, that to me is just something that's going to keep me entertained for ages, especially doing off-grid living stuff. But also the mining changes. Something that is mentioned in the monthly report, in fact, is that if you take a saddlebag to a refinery, empty that saddlebag into the refinery, you get the saddlebag back. I never even considered that. I just thought it was gone. So if you buy saddlebags, you're not having to keep rebuying them to keep supplying them. I love the fact that there is this whole circle where... I suppose it's going to what Rich Tyra was saying about cyclical gameplay, where you have a full game loop where you can have miners going out and mining, haulers dropping off empty saddlebags and picking up the full ones, taking them and either storing them for later or refining them. Then someone picking those up, taking them and selling them. You know, there's just that constant flow. And something I want to do in 411 with the org is organize a huge mining operation where we go out and support miners and make money for the org. And eventually when we get crafting, even more so, because all that material will be useful, not just saleable. Yo, Flood, how you doing? Yeah, dropship with geos dropping out. That would be so cool. Telling us they're working on something, but you don't like it when they redact things. I think it's just part of building the hype and keeping things secret. I would rather know, personally, but it doesn't bother me. Voodoo King, welcome. 07. You can just use the Asgard for troops as well, so I don't agree that they are vastly... Well, yeah, right now you can, but like I was saying, when we get engineering, you've got one ship that is designed to carry 20 plus people and one ship that isn't. So oxygen, if they're, helmets off, which they might not be. But most importantly, the not vectors. The movement inside a ship. When a ship like a drop ship is coming in to drop off troops, you don't want people stood up in the ship so that they're being thrown around inside. You want them sat down so that they're safe and then they can deploy in a safe manner. They're not like, the door's open and everyone's on the floor picking themselves back up again because they've all been knocked down or they're injured. When we have those sorts of forces applied in-game, you're not going to want to use a ship like the Asgard because they will have nowhere to sit. So you will want somewhere where they can actually sit down and deploy properly. And I wouldn't be surprised if the Valkyrie gets more of that kind of functionality where the difference between a dropship and a carrier ship is more significant. So right now, there probably isn't a great deal of difference in terms of why would you choose the Valkyrie versus the Asgard. But as time goes on, there will be. And, I mean, CIG have said as much anyway, where no ship will be rendered useless. They will always find a place and make sure that there is a significant trade-off or a meaningful difference between them. Technically, you can attach a bunch of seats. Well, true. Probably wouldn't function the same. I'm sure there will be different functionalities for using an actual dedicated dropship than any ship, right? You see a lot of variant colors for in-game armors coming to 411. Yeah, there's like flames and stuff. Not my kind of thing. Will they fix own ships disappearing in this patch? I lost my Vulture after 4.1. Not buying... Well, hopefully. I don't know, though. I think they've fixed components going missing, but I don't know about... I don't know about the ships. I really hope so, because that bug is terrible. You and the gang should do a stream where you test all drop ships, trying to get in and out unloaded, while others try to make it impossible. What way if they try and fend us off? Yeah, maybe. That would be quite funny. With the ability to do that with ore bags, people will likely mine everything when they have a cargo ship supporting them. Well, yeah, it just makes the whole process better. Like if you're a prospector miner or even a mole miner, you have to keep returning back to drop off your bags and restock. If you have a hauler next to you that can pick up those bags and give you empty ones and then take those and empty them and bring them back, you can mine indefinitely. The Valkyrie does have a bunch of seats. What do you mean? You've got 20 drop seats in the just beyond the cargo bay of the Valkyrie. Corandus, thank you so much for the subscription, my friend. Beers and party, please. Thank you, my friend. How are you doing today? Boop, 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 boop. Are you well? And yeah, what I hope is that we see more seats. Make it carry 30 people, 40 people. Be even better. They talked about drop seats at the bar citizen. Sure, they don't matter now, but besides G-force reduction, they will matter in the future. In other words, you won't want to be... Yeah, exactly. They will have purpose, and they will be far more beneficial than just having people just wandering around inside, you know, ready to deploy. Calais, welcome. Thank you so much for joining us and enjoying the videos. Much appreciated. Is it Calais? Cal? Exclamation org, I think, might work. The SM Borg is my org. It's just SMB, I think, at the moment. But yeah, we're working on things. Hopefully, we are going to get a lot more functionality for the org as time goes on. Basically, that changing an existing ship into a new variant is a good project for a new... Oh, sorry, I see. Yeah. Sorry, I thought you meant training people in-game. But yeah, having a variant of a ship is a good onboarding process because they already have the ship built. They can just get used to the tools and stuff. I get your point. I honestly thought you meant training someone up on flying the Asgard before you put them in a Valkyrie or something. Oh, nice Motorcale. Enjoy. Let me know what ship are you using? Where are you gonna live? What are your plans? Do tell me. And didn't they say it has like 180 SEU of cargo? What's that? The Asgard. Mr. Wilson, thank you so much for the PC donation there, my friend. That is very kind of you. If it doesn't add it automatically, I will add that on at some point. Thank you so much. We are getting there. Still waiting to see prices and so forth of these components. But yeah, in the next few months we'll be picking it up, putting it together. Can't wait. How many seats in the Centurion? I don't know. Isn't it like 3? 2? The mining drop-off cargo ship seems to be a good idea. Even for solos, you can get a mining ship with extra bags and optimize your time mining in deep space, especially now that you can quantum travel to your own ship. Yeah, keep a capital ship, or not a capital ship, but a bigger ship that you can transport these smaller ships in, like a Golem with extra bags, and drop them off. Absolutely. Thank you, Mr. Wilson. Appreciate that, mate. Corbu 07. Did I say hello to you, Corbu? I think I'm having a brain fart. I don't know. Tone 07. I like the idea of drop seats being needed to avoid injury in a military-style dropship to the occupants. Ships without drop seats will be more like tumble dryers. Yeah, and not to mention just things inside flying around. There's a lot of reason to have dedicated seats for the drops, and as much as we don't really... You know, at the moment, most of the time... You can just deploy stood up. You still get thrown around, but it can still happen. Admittedly, I like the Valkyrie and Asgard for the look of the ship. I tend to use it as a general purpose. It is actually a decent sort of general purpose ship, in all fairness, yeah. Glut, happy Monday, welcome. Don't forget to mention how the... Yeah, I mentioned that one. Life support. That's what I mean by life support. But there's also that potential of the people in the drop seat having their helmets on, ready to deploy, would be using their own internal oxygen, although you're likely going to be plugging in or not wanting to use your internal oxygen. And it depends on the drop. If you're planet-side dropping, you might not be needing oxygen. You might just have your helmet. So it depends on the army you're taking. But yeah, absolutely. More people on board, more oxygen needed. Scrubbers will work too hard. They won't be able to support that amount of people. Definitely another trade-off with Asgard versus Valk. You wish they unified the mining bags so that they can all be an exact SU size. Are they not then? That does seem a little strange. Once people start getting tier 2 injuries for flying around in ships, people will naturally find a seat. Yeah. It's like, can you fly a bit safer? No, we're in a flipping hot zone. Sit down. You have the Valkyrie best in show, and I'm debating if I should upgrade to the Asgard. I'm thinking I'm going to get both as I can put the paint on the ad. Well, it depends on what you're planning to use it. Right now, I don't think many people are using the Valkyrie as a dropship. And right now, the Asgard will do a similar role anyway, so I would certainly suggest getting the Asgard, because it'll be a more up-to-date ship. You will be able to carry bigger things. we'll see what the trade-offs, and I'm sure the Q&A will answer that very question that people have about, what's the point in owning a Valkyrie if you have an Asgard. I'm hoping the Q&A will just bring shed some more light, or confirm more of, people's concerns. Not confirm the concerns, you know what I mean. Give the Orion. I know. I keep forgetting about the Orion. And if you believe the rumors, Idris is about to be... Well, I really hope so. Oh, the main thing I'm excited for about the Idris is seeing Binks organize those armories. It sounds ridiculous, but that kind of gameplay gets me so excited. Binks, one of our org members, he wants to be an armorer. He wants to, sort and organize all of the weapons and things that we find, and manage the armory. So allowing people to use certain weapons, getting them returned, and so forth. And what was it, Deacon? Was there 3 armories on the Idris? You got one near the firing range, as you say, should be used for just general firing, like practice. One where you can check out weapons for actual missions, so you need a range of weapons, heavy weapons, light weapons, and so forth. And then you've got another one where we think we're going to put special weapons there that people can check out and bring back. And that's what Binks wants to do. So we'll literally bring a box of weapons and armor and be like, here you go, Binks. Organize, categorize, and sort that out. I really cannot wait to be wandering up to the armory where Binks is and just being like, what an asset. So if the Idris P does release, does this mean that we will be visiting Ryan's Idris car boot? Yes. That's something that Deacon has been like, I really want to do this. Where, he's the weaponry slave. Where the hangar bay has a lot of these little slots that we can allocate to individual traders to set up their own shop and display things, and then people can come and EVA in or dock and whatnot and come and have a look around and buy. It's like a trading post in the middle of space. Such a cool idea. If you've got them at hand, Deacon, you by all means do, mate. I don't know if I can do it easily because I'd have to create a new source and share it and stuff. But if you've got them, by all means, pop them. Yeah, I mean, I'd have to create a new visual source for them, and that's just mind pain. Kind of cold. A pirate waving goodbye to the people they just spaced and then the ship they just destroyed. What's this? Are you talking to me there? Have they said anything about stuff like drop pods or grav chutes? No. But I feel like the Geo, the Atlas Geo, is a sort of a sign that we're going to be getting that kind of stuff. Thank you, Deacon. See, now you've done that, I can actually share them. Otherwise, like I say, I'd have to create a whole new source. Oh, that one's not available. What's happened there? So here, you've got slots there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there, one there. All these different slots that can be allocated to an individual trader. Like Ferk can bring some furniture. You've got Flopper, who, I don't know what he's going to bring because he's just got all sorts of stuff. Revux could bring his stuff and do his, talking, to sell everything. He sells the most, I think. But you've got all these different spots that can be allocated. People can... I don't want people flying in and landing and looking. Maybe a little bit, but we don't want any dangers of thrusters blowing everything around or causing problems. But EVAing in will be cool. So these look... Thank you, Deacon, for that, mate. It's way beyond my brain capacity to sort that stuff out. Boxer guns, yeah. Yeah, the Ironclad would certainly suit that as well. And a mobile car boot market. We can be in the middle of space. No one can touch us. And if they did, we're in a flipping Idris. And people can just quantum travel to us. Yeah, I feel the same way, APOC, having jetpacks. Bits, jetpacks that you attach to yourself. They're not just going to be custom with your... or default with your armor. A bit like EVA suits. EVA jets are not going to be on every piece of armor. You're going to have them as separate items that you want to put on your armor. And again, if you have a jetpack, that will trade off with maybe not having EVA suits, because you're not going to be using... If you're using a jetpack to land in atmosphere, you're not going to care about EVA suits. Cheetah, welcome. I'll be using those slots for my mini cyclones. How many do you have? Ferk, our furniture seller, and burrito seller. Definitely upgrading my C1 to an Asgard for a daily driver. Maybe I'll even set up a totally legit car dealership out of the back for the off... That would be cool. Especially once we get our Zeus, because we're going to work our way up to a Zeus and we'll need a ground vehicle. And hopefully we can buy one from you and actually use it without it being taken away. What's that, Wilson? People will troll? In what? Do you mean inside the... To be fair, every market we've had, we've been very lucky because we haven't had anyone just flying around with a bomb. But at times, we do have security. People might not notice, but we do have security flying around. But then in Idris, you just, go to in the middle of nowhere where no one can get to you. And the people we invite don't take the piss. If they do, they don't get invited, Thoughts on melting the Karak for the TAC, MTC, and MX? I like living out of my ship, but the Karak is so... I think that's a good option. When the Karak starts getting its functionality and its other stuff like drones and, scanners and the drop pods being different that you can swap in and out and maybe the repair station on board, I don't know how you're going to feel about, I wish I had that now. But for the time being, the TAC is the newer ship. You've got an MTC, you've got an MX for just... playing around in. It would make a great ship and setup for that stuff. But yeah, when the Karak comes back with all its glory, you might want to swap back. But it's still a big cumbersome ship. Yeah, everyone's going to pretend they're Boba Fett. Yeah, buy as is. Used cars. Totally legit. I can just imagine it now. Can't wait. Anyway, Bretley, welcome. I need to get to this monthly report. What I might do is just grab a coffee, have a wee, and then we'll start breaking it down because it's been an hour and 36 minutes and we haven't even started with the report yet. So let me piddle first. Okay, back in a sec. Not to mention the cargo grid to those little cubicles. Yeah, being able to... Oh, I didn't get a coffee. Being able to place things properly without worrying about them all flapping around and becoming ridiculous. Oh, I can even move my microphone so you can still hear me properly while I'm over here making a coffee. But yeah, there's... I really hope it does release, because... I mean, it's just a beast of a ship, and it'll... make all of our org stuff so much fun. Godfather, how you doing? You're new to Star Citizen, but the game servers are down. Is this general maintenance? Are they down? Anyone else confirm that? I didn't know they were. They shouldn't be. I don't think there's any maintenance happening today. They never said they were, did they? They have mentioned the backpack is necessary for the jump jets, and it doesn't have the backpack. What's this? Oh, sorry, I see. It's in the Geo. Yeah, you're playing Landry. They're still all up. Yeah, people are playing there. It should be fine, Godfather. What's happening? What's popping up? And like and welcome. You're playing as well. Nicole's on. Mouse. Nothing yeah. It must be something on your end, I think, Godfather. What's happening? Yeah, hopefully we can resolve it for you, mate. So what's the error that's popping up? What number is it giving? Or is it giving a number? Yeah, I've noticed that, Deacon. I've noticed that about the Atlas. I'm still fully expecting it to be, yeah, available. I figured it would be, but there's still a potential that it isn't. Yo, Relay, welcome. You're possibly prepping for live. They could be. Lobby error 60k. All right, boys and girls. What does 60k mean? Let's help Godfather get back into the game. You just logged out, Raz. Well, that's not helpful. I mean, it is helpful, actually. You've just been in, haven't you? Right. It's a double 30k. Try a different region. So click on the drop down for whatever you're in, be that USA, UK, EU, sorry. Try a different region. Yeah, provided you've made a character already. Oh, the mission, was it inside Star Citizen that I saw? I know I've seen an image of it, but I can't remember where, so thankfully, it is coming. And, yeah, I will certainly be earning one of those. Does anyone use any Wing cockpit accessories for Star Citizen? I don't even know what that is, Mayor. Yo, Graphite, how you doing? Oh, I'm just putting my slippers back on because my feet are getting a bit chilly. Oh. Ragnar, welcome. Just joining the stream. I've been away for a bit. You're playing PTU. Are those scripts usable? So they're usable in the sense that you can sort of cash them in. I think Wakullo wants them as favors as well. So gather them and cash them in and you can get money for them. But other than that, I don't know what other use cases there are for them. Warblade, welcome. All regions are grayed out. I'll verify. You might need to pop into... Yeah, you're shard locked. You might need to pop into Arena Commander and just launch into like a free fly or whatever and see if that unlocks you. When off-gridding, what's the best way to repair a ship and get to a med bed? So to repair your ship, it depends on... The best way to repair a ship is to go to somewhere like a Shuban outpost on a planet. Unless it's just, you know, marks on the outside. If it's like your ship is slightly red and needs repairing properly, go to a Shuban outpost, land at the outpost on the landing pad, and then bring up the repair. If you're in Pyro, you've got the sort of circular or oval-shaped repair bays that you can land in. And then for med bays... Either you'll have to go to a spaceport. I think that's the only real option there, unless you can find someone's ship lying around, like a medical ship somewhere, and then getting fixed up. But yeah, the only thing I've managed to do for medical is just go to a spaceport, unfortunately. Oh, Wing accessories. Forrester has some. What do they do? Yo, T-Baggins, how you doing? The F-16 Wing. But what's the accessory, though? I don't understand what accessories there are. Oh, it was in the mission list. Oh, nice. I did miss that, then. I must have seen the leaked image rather than the actual mission. Thank you, Flood. Were you previously a member of a gang? Or a group? Are you an ex-gang member? Lance, eggs and bacon, 07 guys. Some stick and sim control panels. Oh, do they? Oh, that's cool. Did I hear correctly that our org needs to deck out the armories of an Idris? You have 8,000 SEU. Sorry, you have 8k of SEU of gear and weapons stockpiled. We will do. I mean, if the Idris releases and Deacon picks one up, we will, Binks will become the armorer for that ship. So we'll give him your 8 SEU box of weapons and be like, and we'll pay him for it. He's not doing it for free. We'll make sure we'll make sure that he earns, good bank from organizing that stuff. I feel like, in reality, these sort of menial jobs might not pay as well as something like going to the front line. But I do feel like in Star Citizen, being a game, those who do these menial jobs like sweeping and mopping and standing guard, static guard, and armorers, I feel like they need to be paid more because it's so much more boring than going out and doing other stuff. It's like, if you want to be mopping the floors of my Idris, I will pay you good money, more so than if you want to go out and shoot things with me. I'm spitballing, I don't know yet. Thank you for the message of the day. We are currently working on a 411 release candidate number 2 build for a potential PTU release later today. Now, that doesn't say anything other than it's still a release candidate. This is the second one. The first one was over the weekend. And all being well, we could see this release tomorrow. They may be like tonight, we'll put, later on they might put out another post saying we'll monitor how it goes tonight after its initial launch to PTU, and if all is well, we will transition to live, or they might keep it in the PTU until later date. Where'd you sign up for the job, Tomek? You could be a guard, but you would love to be a Raptor operator. Could you imagine just being in the Idris cargo hold or hangar bay, browsing the shops in our market, and Lance drives past in a Raptor just cleaning up the place. You could literally drop your bottles, which is one of our rules not to do, but you could drop your bottles and Lance could come and sweep them up. It would be functional. I like that. Thank you for helping there, APOC. Really appreciate that, mate. They have, like, physical MFDs seen in modern day. Oh, are they like the sort of square ones with buttons on the side? Oh, okay. So, similar to what, like, Verpil VKB can do, and maybe not those, but similar things. Are you off, Gene? You gotta go, mate. No worries. We'll catch you sometime in this week, I'm sure. So the caretaker on your Idris cheetah needs to wear the Space Kitten race suit when mopping. If the pay is good, I will degrade myself and do that for you. Zaffy, thank you for the follow. And Rain's World, welcome. Not yet. No, we've got a new release candidate patch for the PTU coming tonight. But other than that, we don't know what's happening until they tell us. But hopefully by tomorrow we'll have a live build. Damage. L7. We'll need a cook. Yeah, eventually. Binks is going to take care of the kitchen box as well. Once suit lockers are also in, he will be too busy to take care of the kitchen. Yeah, we'll need a proper chef. I don't think Binks will be able to handle it all. But we'll make sure he's paid, of course, out of the org box. Out of my org wallet. How much is this going to be, Binks? Rain's World, Killmore, thank you so much for the follows, guys. Much appreciated. Do you think since the Raptor has size 7 scrubbers, that small scrubbers exist? Absolutely, yeah. Unless the S stands for something else. If you want to confirm the IKTI yourself, do you what? Oh, is that the Wakulo thing? Thank you. No, I when I first saw the Wakulo, what do you call it? Gun bot thing, gun mech, I assumed it was real, but it was just I was hoping it would come out with that patch, in fact, but it didn't. So I'm glad to see that it is genuine and it's coming, because I think people are going to flipping love that. Before we... Oh, talking of the Raptor. Before we even get the Titan suit, we're going to have this mech Atlas fashioned together with, what, Gatling guns or something. Imagine taking on a PAF with that. You could have a Valkyrie with 20 soldiers and multiple Gatling mechs, or whatever they call them. That is something I'd love to see. Shield 07, Tim, welcome. Just standing around in a hospital waiting was exactly what I used to do in Star Wars. What were you learning, though, Tim? What do you? Oh, your what, passive skills or something? Yeah, I honestly think so, Vect. I think even like having this Raptor on board of a ship is actually going to be useful in certain circumstances. Yo, Dr. Rich. A Wickerman mech. Is that what it's called? Yeah, pretty much. They've it's in the mission listing for Wicklow. Now, that could just be a little, like, fake tease, but I certainly think so. So, yeah, you can earn it from Wicklow. I need to get on with that stuff. I haven't even done any Wicklow missions apart from testing and so forth, so... And I need to earn money. Hopefully that Mark 1 turret that APOC has stored away for my main character doesn't go missing with this patch, so I can actually get in and buy it and equip it. But I still need to earn a bit more to pay for it, because I don't think I've got enough to really justify buying it. Your medical skills, but first it was just how to heal people. Ah, okay. Be cool to get more detail in medical as well, wouldn't it? All right, let's crack on with this monthly report. Start from the beginning. Is the Ion's laser sound... has the laser changed on the Ion? I don't know, Volta. It could have. I know they are doing a lot of work with audio, but I don't know what has new audio, what doesn't. Tomato King, how you doing? 07. Does coffee count? Probably not. Well, technically, I don't see the Asgard as being the carrier for the Atlas combat thing, because the Atlas combat thing is like Wicklow's, I fashioned this using, you know, a welding gun and whatnot. But I can certainly see the Titan suit being a part of the Asgard. I'm, you know, using it to deploy that if we don't have a dedicated one already. That would be kind of a bombshell if they dropped the Titan suit. Yeah, I feel like they are updating certain sounds here and there. Like in 4.1.1, I noticed when you have a helmet on and you're in FPS, all the audio is muffled because you're in a vacuum. Well, when you're in a vacuum, sorry. It sounds like it's, you know, you're in a vacuum compared to when you're actually planetside or you've got your helmet off where it sounds like you're in the open. So that was something, that's like that realistic audio that they've been speaking about. I'm guessing with this whole Star Audio stuff, it's not just going to be all or nothing, it's just incrementally as things become available. Clever, welcome. So the VKB, what, to mimic exactly what I use the Cosmosema sticks, left one on a Omni throttle, and I use the gunfighter bases. That's something to also consider if you're using the rail system. The gunfighter base is small. It's like that big. Whereas the other one, the gladiator ones are a bit bigger. But the beauty of these, so if you're mounting these, you've got to make sure that you have the space for this and, for example, the keyboard or whatever. But then on top of that, these button boxes that VKB do with the GNX and things like that, you can actually connect them and daisy chain them to this whole set. So you could have this daisy chain button boxes to your other stick, which I don't know how that would work with the rail system, because I don't know, where your keyboard would go unless you have it on your desk. But yeah, I use the gunfighters, which are the sort of premium bases, which do mount very nicely because of their small profile. But saying that, it doesn't really matter what joystick you have. I think MONSTERTECH have mounts for pretty much everything. And the good thing is, you can have those mounts for the rail system, or you can have them as mounts that you can take on and off of your desk. They don't have to be railed on or whatever. But that's what I use anyway. No, I won't be playing today, Kingfish. What I'm going to be doing right now is running through the monthly report. It's just a chill and chat stream today. While we're kind of waiting for 411 to go live. I hope it does soon, because I'm the sort of person that I struggle to play the old when we have the new. So, as much as if we have 4-1 for the rest of the week, I will certainly likely jump in on it on Wednesday, but I can't imagine we will. Yo, boo. No, the Pioneer isn't coming out till next year, mate. I think it was pretty much confirmed that it's not until next year. What we're getting this year, or this week, sorry, potentially, when the Invictus comes out, is the Starlance Attack, the Guardian MX, the Anvil Asgard, and the Greycat MTC. Now, there may be other concept sales. There may be another ship that we don't know about. They may release the Idris P, but the Pioneer is not slated to release anytime soon, I'm afraid. Yes, bear in mind, the sticks but from VKB, they come in two, so you buy your sticks and your bases separate. You can get bundles, but you're not buying, like, for example, you get like the X52 or whatever, you get everything all attached. It is, you can buy your stick, so you can choose what stick you want based on what your requirements are. You can choose your base based on what your funds and requirements are. And obviously that changes the mounts as well. And gunfighter bases have metal gimbals. Yeah, they're sort of like a bit like the, I don't know what the equivalent is in Verpal. Do Verpal do like a gladiator version? Or have they not done the sort of entry-level stuff yet? Not that it's entry, I mean, it's still, you know, pricey stuff. That's the longest patch release in starcitizen history in a good way. What's that, Volta? 411? You gotta be joking, right? Did you sit around and wait for 3.0? Biscuits, welcome. What video from your off-grid series is your favourite? There is one that it's not like a massively popular one, but it's where I suddenly discovered this new technique of zooming in and then zooming out, and it's cued to the music where I was stood around a campfire and, you know, I zoomed in to my face and then the key, you know, the music changed and then I sort of panned out again. I was like, I had a blast editing that and really going to town with the creativity. I loved that, but yeah, it's not necessarily the most popular. It's by any means. Dark Reaper, how you doing? Hopefully this week sometime. We don't know when. Not yet. Classic. It's another release candidate tonight. Hopefully live by tomorrow, or yeah, I suppose at the latest Wednesday. Really, it's on the cusp. Yeah, they're just fixing what they can. Lord of the Flies camping, dancing around a fire. Pretty much was, yeah. All I want for this game is Alt and K for the anvil out. What, to raise the things up, SP? Yeah, that would be nice. Maybe you were in the future. Yeah, for 3.0, we waited for about a year and a few months for 3.0 to drop without a single patch. That drought was hard to live through. I'm not going to sign that because I'm welcome, Sharkbite. I'm happy for the referral stuff to change. Doesn't bother me in the slightest. But by all means, if anyone wants to vote the petition or sign the petition, you can go for it. It is your choice. Doesn't bother me. It's, you know, up to them, but I think it's fine as it is. But yeah, at least say hello, Sharkbite. What is your favourite fighter? At this time, my Hornet Mark 1. Not because it's the best or because I'm good in it, but because it's the Hornet Mark 1. It was the first ship I ever saw, in fact, when I first found Star Citizen. Even though I had no idea we were on board a Bengal carrier at the time until we flew out of it. Oh no, you're all right, Sam, man. It's all good, mate. Yeah, when I first saw Star Citizen during that sort of Kickstarter campaign, and Chris was running around, you know, saying, we've got I don't know how many, was it 6,000 pixels on this? No, 100,000 pixels on this character. I was like, whoa, that looks good. And then he boarded this ship, this Hornet, you know, the control panels came over, and he beep, beep, boop, 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 and then took off, and then you look back and you're in this Bengal carrier. I always loved the Hornet. So, for me, I'm just going to be flying old school. Even though there are probably far better fighters out there at the moment. But hopefully it will come down to more skill, which hopefully I'll have the time to practice. Anyway, AI content. They've just worked on the overarching stories. They've brought in the comm calls that we now receive from mission givers, which is a nice touch. Just makes it feel a bit more personal. They're also refining NPC behavior packs and prototype lines for design to incorporate into future mission events. I should put this over here so that I can actually read chat and speak directly to the microphone. Yes, exactly, Deacon. Right now, I've only got the one or the two weapons. The Hornet, the Mark 1 turret will allow me to pile on some other ones. Release candidate 2. So the first one was the release candidate. That was over the weekend. That is just to say this is a potential release candidate, this build. And then if they don't release that one, they will put out a new build with more fixes. That will be release candidate 2, maybe 3. It just depends on how long it goes. I don't think so, Ramoyne. I mean, they could put the vehicles there, but I doubt it. I feel like they'll want to be keeping that held off. The Viper from Battles... Yes, it does. I never thought about that, but it does. Maybe that's another reason why I love it so much. What's that, Eggs? Seen a real one? No, Sharkbite. It's all right, mate. But yeah, it's... just got to be careful with the popping things there. I get it. Like, honestly, I don't even know how many referrals. I understand why people are a bit miffed that they're losing all those referrals. But at the same time, I am here sitting with... let me have a look. When it loads. And I've gone to the wrong place. What a noob. Where even is it? Settings, there it is. So yeah, I understand, you know, a lot of people work hard to get referrals and so forth, but it's all free stuff. I've got 661 recruits, and I've got 474 prospects, which means any one of those who buy the game, that's 470 people, will then bump me up that ranking ladder, and I'll unlock all those stuff. Now, I get it early on. There's a lot of really cool things to get. But with this new one, we will see more. I would prefer it not to wipe, but at the end of the day, it's all free stuff that we get for the sake of, you know, someone just using my code. So, whatever. They're not taking the rewards away, they're changing them to a new ladder. But anything that we have earned prior, well, anything that you've unlocked prior, you keep, but the prospects, the prospects get wiped. So I understand why people are a bit unhappy about it, especially if you've got, you know, potential ones coming. But it doesn't bother me because it was all free stuff anyway that is just basically from me being a face in front of a camera. Yeah, you keep everything you've unlocked. Now, for the AI features team, they focused on refining the juvenile Valakar, improving its idol, well, improving lots of things. And like we saw with any character, any creature, comes out, a lot of things need fixing, they get them fixed. Moving on to new creatures, get them fixed as well. What else is there? For human combat AI, focus was on first reactions and escalation, involving or resolving bugs with the new system, adding and refining new reaction wild lines, and implementing new methods for controlling which events NPCs respond to. Also, refinement and polish continued on compromised cover reactions, while a new prototype tech was implemented for lower weapons when friendly fire was detected. So I guess they'll just be like, oops, sorry. But this cover reaction stuff, I guess that ties into Maelstrom, and I'm assuming when we start seeing Maelstrom roll out, it'll be maybe not with ships to start with. Hopefully it will be, but it could just be locations like walls, buildings, and things at these sort of settlements that if someone's hiding behind one, you can shoot that cover out and then they'll have to move. It's just giving the NPCs that awareness. Sure thing, Tiberius. I don't think it works like that, but sure thing. Shenanigans, welcome. Is there anywhere to sell gems I mine with my Atlas in Pyro? I'm having to travel through Wormhole to Area 18. Oh, I think there is, and I can't think of what it's called. Do we have the equivalent of a Shuban mining outpost in Pyro? Without having... I think... all I can think of is the main space stations, but I don't know. Does anybody know of a place to sell mined Atlas gems in Pyro? You got the Mark II, have you, Vectornaut? I mean, that's a beast of a ship anyway. Yeah. It's just, you know, it just feels nice, doesn't it, the Mark I? But the Mark II is probably a better ship overall. Mike... good day, sir. How are you doing today? Yeah, Sweetheart is our mining guru. We'll have to ask him. Yo, Chief. Yes. So 70% of the ships in Maelstrom already in Squadron have Maelstrom. So hopefully, when that transitions to the PU, it'll come like that. But I do wonder if they will start pushing Maelstrom out in regards to environments as well. The multi-tool with the correct attachment can be used to scrape, repair RMC, and yes, the attachment can be bought at any Platinum Bay, plus you have canisters. Yes, that's true. Are you talking... oh, sorry. What was it, California? Does 4.1 have a handheld scraper? Yeah, as Ramon says, we've had the multi-tool for a while. We also have the dedicated SRT scraper. As Ramon's pointing out, you can pick that up and you can get the canisters for it. You can scrape and then you can reapply. So if you have like potholes and damage on your ship externally, you can reapply. It just looks like a filling more than anything, like a bit of white metal, like a weld. But with the multi-tool, the dedicated tool, you can't sell the RMC. With the smaller one, I think you can. They're pretty cool. One thing that I really loved about off-gridding is the fact that if you keep the same ship day in, day out for weeks, you start to see these little these damaged areas start to come along. You might have crashed into something or hit something or dropped a box on it or just age and wear, and you can patch it up, and then over time you see your ship not just age in terms of wear and tear, you know, like degradation in terms of the patina, but you get these like weld marks all over it as well. It is very nice. You have ships with potholes on the ramp. Yeah, my ramp is always first to go. I think it's because I'm lobbing boxes in and out, and it just slams down on it and smashes it a little. You love the Mark II. Always have since they revealed. Yeah, that's the thing. The Mark I is very nostalgic and iconic, but the Mark II, what was it, Chris Smith that revealed that first? And I saw it and was like, the nose on it compared to the Mark I just looks beautiful. It's like the equivalent of an 80s supercar with the Mark I versus a modern supercar. They're both cool. But when you're feeling nostalgic, you want the Mark 1. When you're feeling like you want to go fast, you jump in the Mark 2. Ivenic, thank you, mate. So gems in Pyro, you can sell them at Ruin Station. Jackson Swap, you can sell it. That's on Monox. Anywhere else then? Or is it just those two? Thank you, Ivenic. That's good to know because part of my off-gridding on Monox will probably be mining as well. Maxim, welcome. Because you don't lift with your knees. That could be it, yeah. Just did some ship loadouts. If we kit out our Mark 1, my Mark 1, we will easily beat the Mark 2 in terms of firepower. Really? Does it have a nose mount? So hand mining gems can, but vehicle ones can. What's this in Jackson's swap, Lyle? Now, for AI tech, they have progressed with the Pathfinder system, improving and cleaning up requests involving multiple start and end locations. For the movement system, AI tech are improving chase target requests to allow the chasing of ground vehicle targets alongside NPCs. To me, this sounds like having NPCs driving ground vehicles. Or is it ships chasing ground vehicles? Which they've already been able to do, because I remember when me, Coda, and a lot of other people were racing across Daymar and Jet, we had an NPC, what was it, like a Gladiath? Oh no, it was a player, wasn't it, actually? Yo, John, how you doing? Mr. Rat 07, guys, welcome. Oh, so the Mark II doesn't come with a nose mount, but the Mark I does. Okay, in that case, I just need the weapons. Nice. Beastly, welcome. Yeah, thank you, Bear Normal. I've made and repaired many holes in the back door of my Vulture. I play it risky and load the entire cargo, but yeah, me too. That definitely causes issues. Kaiveri, welcome. But yeah, there you go, right? Thank you, guys. Alright, what else have we got? Made a lot of improvements to both the triangle mesh-based navigation and voxel 3D-based navigation. So I think they said a while ago that with the nav mesh, which is essentially what allows the NPCs to walk around the planet's surface, they said they've found a better system for this, and I think this is probably what it is. Now, is voxel, so I guess the voxel 3D-based navigation is the space navigation, and the triangle nav mesh, or the triangle mesh navigation is for planet side. So they're basically improving both of these, fixing issues and problems that would occur, and improving ship AI collision avoidance as well, which is how they know to just fly away from something, I guess. Various bugs were fixed for ship AI and the spawning and despawning of voids being smaller groups of creatures like birds and fish. Improvements were also made to the cover generation, like excluding door entities from the cover generation process and reducing the amount generated for long walls. The team is also currently checking ground surface inclination to discard cover in areas that are not almost flat. Not really sure what all that means, but more to do with NPCs knowing where they can take cover and can't. Oh, this is an interesting thing. A new nav-spline creator tool was implemented that will allow the designers to record player ship movements and transform the captured data into a nav-spline that can be utilized by a ship AI. Now, a nav-spline is essentially the path in which a ship takes, an NPC ship or an AI ship takes. It sounds like they're saying that they can literally record any maneuver that a player does and then allocate that technique or that maneuver to an NPC. So they could essentially take the best pilots of the verse, record all their abilities and their maneuvers and their techniques, and then add that to an NPC, which would make them feel more like a player that you're fighting. Tiberics, welcome. 07. Oh, is that what that was then, Flood? That voxel-based stuff is the same as the generation of nav... Oh, that's interesting that they're utilising it for the same stuff. Cool. Thank you, Flood. Sandman's plan. Just bought some clothing to be presentable on the show floor. Reckoned people would give me a side-eye if I was rolling up in a Novikov suit. Make sure, Volos, that before the patch goes live, you strip off and store that clothing. Otherwise, you will lose it. You can put it back on once you launch the new, 411 on live, but take it off. Don't wear it going into the patch. Kilmores, thank you so much for the sub, my friend. In fact, I don't think I've been keeping up with these subs. I think we're at 3 now. Beers and party, please. Thank you so much, mate. Red 07. We need to rethink that one. There are so many people that watch for kids and families. It's just, I don't know if we can have that tier 2 one blasting out. Thank you so much for the tier 2 resub, my friend. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? When's your camping trip? No, I didn't say hi to you again. I was just wondering what you're on about. What's going on? So strip off to keep clothing. Yes, strange as it sounds. It certainly looks like it, Cyrese. Certainly looks like it, but I don't want to, say it's a definite yes or no yet, because it could go either way, but I think the Idris P is releasing. Thunder Rumble, how you doing? Haven't started this game yet. Still waiting on my PC to be delivered. Is this game finally playable? I suppose that depends on your definition of playable. Yes, there is it's a lot more solid and stable and playable as it is now versus what it used to be, and hopefully going forwards it continues to be more playable. That is their goal this year, is to make Star Citizen as playable as possible. So whenever your PC arrives, jealous by the way, but very exciting for you, let me know what you're getting. In fact, when it arrives, is it actually arriving anytime soon? Because there will be a free flight happening on the 15th till what, the 27th was it? Where you could essentially try it for free, and then if it plays well enough for you to enjoy, then you can buy an account and play indefinitely. But in all honesty, it can be often some patches play better than others. Oh, it's coming tomorrow. Oh, I bet you're so excited. I can't imagine. Wait till the 15th. So get your PC set up, get all the stuff loaded up and whatnot. On the 15th, there will be a free flight kicking off for Invictus Launch Week, which is an in-game annual event where you get access for free. You get access to a various amount of ships, and try it and see what you think. There's a lot of bugs. There's a lot of instability and issues and problems because it is a work in progress. It's not quite a game yet. It's an alpha. It's still being built. But from my experience of Star Citizen, I have never played any game better, I've never had a better experience in my gaming life. Been gaming since I was born, I guess. But yeah, it's like nothing else. But there are times when it can be an absolute pain. So try it and see what you think. And then let me know what you think. They mentioned months ago that some NPC flight behaviors was modeled after. They did, yeah, but I didn't know they were actually able to record full-on activities. Deacon, thank you so much for gifting Flood a gift sub and kicking off that hype train. Much appreciated, my friend. Beers and party please. Party bus. And if you are receiving gift subs, please do thank. Oh, is it this weekend you're going away, Red? Are you all prepared now then? Well, you've got a full week to get prepared, haven't you? Oh, you're going camping for 4 days. For 4 days of Invictus Launch Week. Are you all dropping these in the camping channel? Not camping channel, but my Discord channel. Deacon, gifting Tomato King a gift sub now. Thank you so much. Keep those beers and parties flowing, please. Boop, boop. There we are. Thank you, sir. Have an 07 as well. I need to actually scroll up because all that chat's going away. XL Wolf, welcome. Did you see they're reworking some of the bigger ships like the Crack? I've heard, yes. Hopefully we get to see that. I don't know what the changes would be more outside of maybe structural for not mechanics, metrics, and you know the stuff required for like components and so forth. The bigger ships, I have no idea, because obviously these ones that were concepted a long while ago. Concepting is not building, right? So they don't see the issues with the actual gameplay implications and mechanics coming in. So I don't know how they're going to change. I can't imagine it's going to be too drastic in terms of visuals, but it could still be quite substantial in terms of how they're put together with like access to certain areas that they didn't have before. But they will certainly take the time to rectify any issues that were problematic with the original design. But yeah, it's hard to say until they show us, you know. Vulcans, thank you so much for the 15-month resub. Yeah, take it day by day. Take Star Citizen day by day. I invested heavily, very heavily. You've got an Intel Ultra 9 280K. I don't even know what that is. It sounds fancy though. 96 gig of DDR5 memory, 5600, 5090, a 2 terabyte NVMe, 8 terabyte hard drive. This is from my email I received. Mate, that is exciting. Make sure you put it on the, I'm sure you will, but put it on the NVMe. Do not put it on a hard drive. You can't play Star Citizen on a hard drive, but I didn't think you would do that anyway. Yes, I use upscaling. I don't notice any blurring in FPS. I have blur off, motion blur off, but yeah, I've not noticed any blur for that. Yeah, you should be more than good to play Star Citizen, my friend. As I say, when you try it, let me know what you think. And if you want to roll around... Hang on, that sounds wrong. If you want to join in while I'm streaming, or join an org or whatever, we are more than welcome to accommodate new players, veteran players, all alike. Or even if I'm not live, there are people on my Discord that will happily show you the ropes, because it is a big game. It is a complex game. And it's going to keep getting more complex. But most of the battle right now is it a bug? Is it a feature? Is it intentional? Is it me? That's kind of what we play right now, is a bit of guesswork and then learning the workarounds. But at the same time, right now, the patch is in a great place. We are having a blast. There's still issues, of course, but it's definitely worth trying and seeing. Because it's a personal thing, whether you want to keep playing a work in progress or not. It's really dependent on your level of patience, frustration, and that kind of stuff. Which, there's nothing wrong either way. It's just whatever suits you, you know. No, I don't have a camping Discord. Sorry, it's a camping channel in my main Discord, but I have a YouTube camping channel, which doesn't have a Discord. That's just a hobby thing. But yeah, it's separate thing. Spencer, any ideas how much the Guardian might cost? What in Alpha UEC when released? So the chances are it won't go straight to it won't go straight to purchasable in game when it releases. But I don't know how much it'll be. I mean, it'll probably be similar to the QI, I would say. What, is that even in game yet? Probably not. Yeah, the splice recorder. Yeah, precise actual movements is likely. Oh, the new Grey Cat MTC vid. Thank you. Let's figure out what this is about then. All right, here we go. They're not launching it yet, but they're... Thank you for the level 2 hype train, by the way, guys. Here we go. Behind the ships. The MTC.
MTC is a military ground vehicle.
And it edges on the side of high-tech, but it's still that industrial vibe.
It's like a clenched fist, compact, solid, and battle-ready.
It's massive wide body, big tires, and huge bars at the front. Just means that if this thing is driving towards you, you want to get out the way.
It allows you to bring more weapons to help people on the battlefield. You can never have too much firepower, and the MTC allows for that.
It's designed for easy maintenance, yet when you look at it, it looks really put together and refined. One thing that was really important to us is making sure that you guys had access to things without entering the vehicle, so you can do a quick drive-by, pick up and go. So we put some personal storage on the outside, and we have a big cargo rack on the back. And the side door is a new design based
So
on...
they're 1/8 SEU boxes. They're not full SEU boxes. They
have a big cargo rack on the back.
Obviously, you know.
And the side door is a new design based on this kind of chassis of vehicle where it has a really low form factor. You'll see when it opens, the door slides along the rail, and that means that when it's fully deployed, it actually sits further back than the tire, allowing you to fit it in more ships.
Very good.
The MTC has 2 size 2 guns on the top. It can be controlled by the pilot, or secondary, it can be controlled by the remote turret seat in the rear. This allows that second player can come in controlling the turret, and then when needs to enter the battlefield, the pilot can then resume control of the turret for backup.
In first look, you see very simple design, but telling a story. It has 3 weapon rack. One of them is between 2 suit lockers for a heavy weapon, others for regular weapons. There is 4 component bay and 2 suit locker.
In the design of the cockpit, I tried to make a balance between something cool and fancy and something strong and aggressive. I think we did it.
The MTC matches similar speeds of, say, the Ursa.
Yeah,
But its improved handling characteristics is going to allow it to traverse, say, Daymar a lot better than the rest of the field.
Okay.
It's slightly shorter than the Ursa, and it's also a lot more tanky with it being a military-style vehicle.
Yo, Flymo.
On the inside, you can carry a lot more weapons. It doesn't carry as many people as the Ursa, but like always, trade-offs.
So it's essentially the Greycast version of an Ursa with a trade-off to it based on how many people you can carry. You can't fit a box in there like you technically can an Ursa, but then it bounces around. Nothing like I was hoping for, being like a forward operating, like scanning thing, but it's a ground vehicle that does a similar thing. It's a choice between an Ursa and this based on what you need, which I do prefer this in terms of visuals, plus it's a modern vehicle versus the Ursa being old and needs updating, so if I have an Ursa, I think I have an Ursa, I might swap it out for this. But I don't know.
This vehicle's
exactly.
for people who...
It's so much like an Ursa. If you have one, there's probably no point in changing other than the updated tech, but then the Ursa will eventually get that as well. Yo, Lucas, how you doing? You're upgrading your STV to this. You're Steve. Another vehicle for your Idris parking lot. I like it. Yeah, I do prefer the look of... It looks very similar to an Ursa, to be fair. I prefer the style of this one, but I do like having those 4 seats in the back. Like the Ursa Rover, for what we like to do, is very handy having those seats where we can have extra firepower, like extra hands. You've still got the same firepower. Does the Ursa have 2 size 2s, or is it 2 size 1s? That might be part of it, Tone. It doesn't bounce around like an Ursa. It's a bit like a smaller form, so...
who want to be the hero. Everything's going wrong, they're on a ground mission, and your ground troops need support.
Yeah, what's the price of the Guardian in-game? There is one available in-game, isn't there, right now? I don't think the QI is, but there is another one, I believe.
The horizon, they see this thing just come flying in, huge headlights lighting up the entire field of battle, and you're running towards it, and your enemies are running away from it.
I wouldn't say it looks that formidable, to be fair. I think I'd be more like pooping myself if I saw one of Wikello's Atlas mechs coming along than this. This looks kind of cute. Not to say that it won't do anything, but, you know. Roll up to the fight, May 15th. Very nice, very nice. No, I like it, but it's, I think, like we say, if you own an Ursa already, there's probably no use in getting one unless you just want maybe better handling. I don't know. Like you say, we'll see if the 4 wheels versus 6 is better. It might be better right now as they continue to update the physics. It might not be. Astro, welcome. Real Toka to welcome. Derek, good day, guys. Are we all well? Yeah, LTI tokens. Exactly. I don't think it's going to be expensive. I'd say 35 to 60 at the most. I can't imagine it'll be more than that. Yeah, Vect. Deacon is kind of thinking maybe this will be the first working suit locker. I don't know. I personally don't think so, but it would be cool if it does. That would be a good starting point to get those suit lockers working. I think they would rather deploy them out more to other ships as well. Golden Gear, how you doing? Been playing since the recent free fly. Oh, you are more than welcome. Thank you for watching. How have you found it then? As a new player, what is your experience like? What do you think of the game? What do you think of the project? Have you been having fun? Has it been a pain? Just now, Ramoin, just drop now. Yes, IAE this week, starting on the 15th, so 411 will go live in time for that one. Now, animation. The animation team continued to support studio-wide initiatives focusing on content for the PU and began work on a new creature. Don't know what this will be. Could it be the Stormwall? The Boreal Stalker, the Whip Crab, something else we haven't seen? For core gameplay team, yeah, is the first take Grey Cat? I don't know. Like the Aussie Bushmaster, like a PMV. What's that, personal or something vehicle? Personal monster vehicle. I don't know what it is. But yeah, it's kind of a handy little vehicle to have. But if you have the Ursa, that might be useful more. But I think once the Ursa is updated to the same standard, I would probably prefer that one. Right now, that Grey Cat vehicle is probably going to be more useful and user-friendly. But yeah, it depends on the use case. Having a blast so far, just wanted to know where I can find the rifle-sized gravity gun. So you can get them from the main spaceports. Hang on, let's just do this. Are you in Pyro or Stanton? If you're in Stanton, you go to the main spaceports and go to a cargo deck. And I think in Pyro, they have cargo decks, don't they, in the spaceports there as well. And then from there, you go to the little shop, and you should be able to buy one there. I think they're like 19,000, aren't they? They're quite pricey, especially when they brought in the salvaging equivalent, and it was like 1,100. Like that to make sense. Yeah, the Gargo shop. Papa, how you doing? Your voice is not how I imagined you. I thought you were older, like 50s, and much larger. I love the video. Yeah, people just think I'm fat from my voice. Thank you so much, though. I appreciate you enjoying the content, my friend. And you're not the first one to say so. Everybody thinks I'm old, bald, wearing glasses. Not that there's anything wrong with any of that. If I was bald, I would definitely grow a big beard, though. Kind of balance it out. I've got to have some hair somewhere. The UI on the MTC looks pretty nice. Yeah, I guess that's Grey Cats. Have we had Grey Cat before? I think we have, haven't we? No, Argo. We've had the Argo. I wonder if this will bring out the new Grey Cat UI. You might have some work on your hands there, Vect. The other one, welcome. Hopefully either tonight or tomorrow. Could be a little later, but most likely tomorrow, I would say. Yeah, you can always loot tractor guns around bunkers and things. You thought I was Sean Connery, mad. To be fair, if I get to Sean Connery's age and I look like Sean Connery, I wouldn't complain. Yeah, we've just watched it, Jason. What do you think, mate? You feel seen. Sorry, I'm exposing your stuff. What's this one? There's a schedule. Thank you. Yeah, grow a beard anyway. Why not? I was saying that not everyone can. Now, what else have we got? Core gameplay. It's getting a bit loud. I'm quieting you down. Here we go. So, core gameplay teams continue to monitor feedback from the PTU to address concerns as quickly as possible, investigating new issues with quantum travel, recurring problems with freight elevators, claiming, and inventory flow. So, as I was saying earlier, for me, outside of just little bugs here and there, these are the main problems, which, as we know, they're investigating, they're working on. Quantum travel being a big issue right now. Hopefully they can roll out this new quantum travel and it'll just be working. Freight elevators, they've been a problem since they've come along. Claiming, that's always a big deal. A big problem is being able to claim your ships and actually access the ships that you've bought. And the inventory stuff is probably my main annoyance from time to time, is trying to just use the inventory stuff. So those aside, and elevators from time to time, and trams, those aside, everything else so far is working pretty nice. Yeah, stability's pretty good, playability's good. The team also analysed performance captures to see where gains could be made on both client and server FPS rates, which is always good. Several more ongoing initiatives across core gameplay teams. Oh, sorry, there are also several ongoing initiatives across core gameplay teams that are either for the new release, longer term, or Squadron. But of course, anything in Squadron, or most things in Squadron, are also relevant to the PU, so they will come along at a reasonable speed anyway. So for core gameplay, they have added updates to the engineering UI screens, including countdown warnings for catastrophic explosions, and reinstated and advanced the diagnostic screen MFD. Now, I am very excited hearing this. A lot of people, when we used to just explode, it was annoying. We all wanted warnings first. The idea of being able to get to an escape pod or an EVA suit is important, and that's what this is. It's if something happens that can cause a catastrophic explosion, having a warning before it just goes boom is important. So this is that thing. This is going to tell us that, you know, you've got a X amount of time to get to an escape pod, to get off the ship before it blows up, rather than it just being boom. Also, advancing the diagnostic screens. Now, diagnostic screens, as someone who wants to play an engineer, it sounds like a bit of a wet dream to me. It is having the information that you need to make informed decisions about what needs to be done at any given situation. And hopefully they will look good, but also function properly. And as they come out, I'm sure we'll be able to provide our own feedback. Great McGamers, welcome. Hopefully tonight, but more likely tomorrow, I would think. Big beard is the way, no time wasted in shaving. Unless you can get a German hairdresser to do it, make you look like Hitler. That was so funny, that. Where, you know, before we had that whole hashtag Shave the Children charity thing, we were like, should I ask, you know, because we're getting our beard shaved in Germany, it was like, should I ask them to do the whole, because whenever I used to shave, like, all off, I would always go through the phases of, like, choppers and, you know, handlebars, and then Hitler, and then, like, goatee and stuff. And I thought, I don't think I could ask a German to do that. And that guy took the reins and went even further with it. Like, you know, I was like, oh my lord. I don't know what to say about this. The SMB shard is prepared for the diagnostic screen. It's beautiful. It was the wrong place, but he did it all himself. I didn't even have to say anything. NVIDIA, welcome. Trying to get out of the Polaris with a warning countdown and sirens blaring will be so cool. Yeah, just any large ship where you've got to run through corridors to get to your escape pod, once escape pods work, of course. Like kind of what we're seeing here, you know. Well, this is obviously completely destroyed already, but getting to this point where it's like, it's going to explode, you need to get off, and you've got people funneling down to escape pods. I just can't imagine. I cannot imagine how that's going to be. Or getting to I remember a Dead Space, it might have been Dead Space 2 or 3, where it starts on board of a ship that's about to blow up, doesn't it? And you've got to sort of make your way to get an EVA suit, and then you get it on, and then you're blasted out. Deathly slow elevators. It's like, come on. You'll probably want to go out the airlock, to be fair. It's like when a parent catches you licking the cake and makes you eat the whole thing. I guess so. Yeah. And then you're like, why did I do this? Do 5 braids of the beard and shave your beard and hair into a tube form that goes around the top of the... What, to look like some form of Viking? Will my missiles be wiped as part of ammo? No, it shouldn't be. Unless it's a bug for all, like, scavenged weapons going missing, maybe, but yeah, it shouldn't do. Now, talking further about catastrophic explosions, it says that further improvements to ship death were made. For example, fatal damage behaviors now require a significant impact, and in addition, catastrophic misfires can now be triggered by nearby items failing due to severe damage. Plus, improvements to deactivating soft death were completed, and its effects can be enabled separately. Now, they will be moving away from this artificial soft death state to an actual systemic, you know, this is what this whole engineering system is, where your ships don't just become disabled and that's it, unless someone keeps shooting and then you blow up. It's going to be systemic. You will be able to get your ship back to functioning again, provided it hasn't, for example, snapped in half. So yeah, there's going to be a lot to deal with there. There's going to be fires break. Can you imagine, like, trying to make your way through, you know, like we're saying, a ship that is about to suffer a catastrophic death, and you've got gas squirting out of pipes, you've got just things being ejected around, fires are bursting out of rooms and things. Or, if there's not a catastrophic explosion imminent and you're able to actually rectify it, you could try and fight back and get it back to working again. Anyway, for the new flight experience, the team enabled the new space flight mode in their feature stream. They are currently resolving bugs related to AI ship motion, alongside outstanding work on the takeoff and landing experience, hopefully with, like, not an MFD or a camera, but an AR mode. It also says that several new game modes were added to allow them to test the new flight model in the future, and due to the setup, both the new and existing models can be tested separately without affecting each other. They're also overhauling the control surface tech, which means flying in atmosphere and gliding and so forth, that realistic feeling of atmospheric flight, where you're not using thrusters, you're using drag, will be accurate. And they say there is still outstanding work to be done on the control systems and interactions with thrusters and AI systems. So it sounds like they're actually, you know, behind closed doors, they're doing a lot of work on the flight mechanic in all areas. Which, when that rolls out, I hope it is what everybody needs. And it's not a big drama again where it does what it needs to do. For atmosphere, for space, for all the different ships, for all the different sizes of ships, incorporating engineering, you know, drag, stalling, all that kind of stuff. But it is well underway. They are heavily invested in it. They're just finishing off these sorts of bits. Well, not finishing off. There's still, you know, work to be done on the control systems, interactions with thrusters, AI systems, as it says. There was also an update to the new quantum tech, so this is things like the new quantum travel, in addition to adding a slow speed variant of quantum boosting. The devs resolved several bugs and improved reliability and performance. Now, if you're unaware what quantum boosting is, we saw this maybe a couple of years ago at CitizenCon, where I think it was within a 30-kilometer range. Instead of engaging a full quantum jump, you can just, in any direction, quantum boost, which you won't reach full quantum speeds, but you will continue to accelerate up to that speed. But obviously, it'll take longer than 30 kilometers to get to the full speed, so you never reach it. But all the while you are in a quantum boost, you have to keep your hand on the stick to keep your nose on center. It'll keep trying to pull you off, and you've got to control it, otherwise you'll come out of that boost. So this is intended for, like, short but fast movements. We see it in this demo, in fact, where, let me just show you this quantum boost. Where are we up to now? 110. So a quantum boost. Where it goes, go. My favorite bit of the whole thing. Where are you? Is that it? Aha, here we go. So quantum boosting. Go. If we watch this, we've got these ships about to roll out. Now, here we go. That's quantum boosting. accelerating at a very high speed from one location. So you just go pop and you zoom. And then, you know, within a 30k radius, 30k range, chances are that, you know, the range may change and so forth. They'll decide on this stuff as time goes on. But I don't know what it means by a slow speed variant of quantum boosting. Does this mean you can travel at a fast rate, but not quite as fast as you would at a full quantum boost for maybe a shorter duration? I don't know. Winter, how are you doing? Did you manage to fix that reclaimer bug? How are you doing today? How's the team? Are they all excited for 411? Are you? Although you're probably working at home, aren't you? I would assume. It will be big drama. Yeah, of course. Doesn't matter what they do. There'll be drama. There'll be people that don't like it, people that do like it, but overall, it's got to fit the big picture and work for all ships of all sizes, and we will see. Sagan, how you doing? Welcome. The prisoner of... Yeah, blind jumping almost. It's essentially that. And is it literally 42 minutes when they come in as in... That has to be a coincidence. That can't have been planned. What else have we got? This system also features improved way for the mission designers to control the flow of AI ships, and further work will focus on improving the current experience and make it compatible with multiplayer. So I'm assuming quantum boosting right now works fine for single players. They've got to make sure that it works on a multiplayer MMO basis where you've got multiple ships from multiple people. Zane, how you doing? The thoughts on the Perseus size 8? As in the Perseus is getting, what is it, an increase in size 8 weapons? I have no idea. Until they get all these ships in with Maelstrom, with engineering, with all of the appropriate size weaponry that they deem purposeful for everything else being balanced together. And no one can say whether it's right or not because we don't have everything. Is it upgunned or is it downgunned? Either way, it's all part of just testing things and seeing where it fits with the intention of the role of the ship. And if it needs to be reduced or increased or whatever, I'm sure it will as time goes on. A navigation mode. Could be. Could be. Maybe that will be the new no weapons mode once the new flight model comes in. Yeah, because as we know, right now with master modes, in quantum mode, you cannot use your weapons, but they said in the new mode you will be able to, but that's probably changed as it is anyway. So the Reclaimer, Corsair, Cutlass and Hammerhead have been patched. Thank you so much. And all Cutlasses. Nice. Is this with bed logging then? This is the bed logging issue. Was it the bed logging? I think it was, wasn't it? To do with the ownership and not having ownership. Yes, in terms of the rework, it's on the back burner, yeah. But the bed logging issue has been fixed. Thank you so much for sorting that out, Winter. Or highlighting it and whatnot. I don't know if you did the fix, but you found it, that's for sure. It certainly looks like it, Zane. Can you... I don't want to put Winter in a position, whether they know or not, but... Is the Idris releasing for 411? Don't get yourself in trouble if you're not allowed to say and you do know, but... If you're allowed to say, you're not allowed, I'm sure. I was hoping there would be an opportunity for the Genesis Starliner to come in once Quantum Boost is in. Alas, I fear not so soon. No, probably not. I don't think that's like the dictating factor as to whether the Starliner would make it in or not. Now, the core gameplay team also optimized the scan wave mechanic to be as responsive as possible, with focus on overwhelming contact environments where hundreds or thousands of contacts are processed in a short period. And I can only imagine as time goes on and we get clusters and sectors and base building, this whole scan wave mechanic needs to be as optimized as possible, because if you scan a planet, there's probably going to be tens, if not hundreds of thousands of things to pop up. I think the Perseus is more... Yeah, I don't think we're going to see that anytime soon. This year, I would think, but yeah. I think it is likely going to be I-80. Is that what they've said, in fact? The team made improvements to inclusion checks, such as adding a mechanic to skip checks for radar contacts within the same room, which allows for a smoother flowing experience when searching for items and objectives out of direct line of sight, which would previously require a fully charged scan to detect. Oh yeah, Starliner is post 1.0, isn't it? Yeah. They did say that, didn't they? Yeah, I'm not a fan of the whole knockback. It kind of, and the scripted key bindings. I would love it to be like a physical, if you can throw something up there and block, then that would be better, or a dodge rather, you know. But it's a single player campaign. Hopefully they can do something different in the multiplayer, but I don't know. Ralph Stevenson. Yeah, well, we always wanted a blind jump, didn't we? Obviously there's a limitation with the range. So it's not necessarily, it's not going to be used for like exploration, but hopefully it's something they can do for exploration outside of just sending out a probe. What else have we got? Did I talk about radars and scanners? The team continued to polish FPS radar and scanning gameplay via regular playtests, with April's work involving adjusting the detection formula, highlighting visuals, and disabling the influence signature system to improve it to better serve the intended gameplay. Now, the fact that the FPS radar, the scanners, that sort of stuff, is now in regular playtesting certainly means it is not far from releasing. For me, it is one of my most anticipated features or updates is the whole radar and signature system. And like I say, it's been play tested, so we shouldn't be waiting too long. The test for Idris was the primary reason for the setback of the release. Take from that what you will. I can't actually say yes or no. Okay, the crash posed a problem. Oh man, you're such a tease. I don't know what to think. I'm just gonna think it's coming, and then if it doesn't, I'll go and sort my lawn out and shed a tear. Yeah, I think if it does come, it is going to be very cool. Yeah, absolutely, Ramon. Short-range hops. Very useful. Anyway, so yeah, hopefully with this radar scanning stuff being tested and regularly play tested, it's in-game, it's working good, it just needs polishing, fixing here and there, and they can start rolling that out, because that will open up a ton of gameplay. Having proper radars, scanners, signatures, so many of the mechanics and game professions need that. Exploration, bounty hunting. What else? Combat in itself and all the different things for that. You know, search and rescue. It all needs the signature system. Engineering really needs it as well. River, how you doing? Your heart hopes that it comes. Your wallet does not. Well, you see, at the moment, Deacon is my wallet. If he's going to buy one and allow us to use one in the org, my wallet can sit safely somewhere where I don't know where it is, because I keep it out of sight. Chris, how you doing? Bracer, welcome. Concierge. Thank you for being my wallet, Deacon. Not that you're buying it for me, but the fact that I'll probably be using it more than you will. Well, you'll be present, at least. Oh, I need a wee. I'll be back in a sec. Ooh. 2 minutes. love that Geo. That little hop is so cool. The mop man of the ship. Well, yeah, I mean, he might just, you know, to earn the using of the Idris in my streams, I have to make sure that it's mopped and cleaned. You got thunder hailstorms, have you, Flymo? I don't think we're supposed to be getting that. That's weird. The team iterated on the box-out display for radar contacts, optimizing and refining the marker placement, plus design began setting up which objects will be detectable by radar and scanning the PU, so there's probably quite a bit to be done there. They also fixed several bugs, including one causing the hull sea to spawn with its spindles extended, which prevents it flying at some ports. A commodities issue stopping ships being selectable as a destination was fixed as well, and for refineries, the team added the location inventory to the list of sources and destinations, while refining no longer consumes the ore bag, so it can be reused. And for cargo, items placed on grids now take item pivot into consideration if the data is available. So the Hull Sea has seen literally no end of problems. Hopefully this is now getting it to the point where it is usable, functional, without those issues. Again, with this mining and refining stuff, there is so much with 411 that just creates a full loop there, and having these bags usable again is such a cool idea. Good news, I'm back at work on the Hollow Globe. Bad news, I'm sure something else will cause a new problem requiring my attention. Are they throwing those, what, like Joker cards at you or something? You're like working on your Hollow Globe that you're very excited for, and then they come in with a Joker card and say, I'm sorry, you need to take a look at this ship. I put lemon in this, like slices of lemon, to kind of give a bit of flavour, and now it's got a weird taste, so I need to get it washed. Oh, nice. The Tactical Hollow Globe. I accept that my own feelings do not make something come true. Oh, you're talking to someone else there. Yeah, something always breaks. Definitely. Still waiting for 411 Live for playing again on my main account. My character is jammed since February. Oh, I hope it works. That's annoying. Yeah, I hope it unjams you, mate. Pretty much. Well, thank you for all your hard work, Winter. It is very much appreciated, mate. Now, for the economy team, they were obviously involved with a lot of the content for 411, like new items and vehicles for Invictus, plus all those missions. They supported in the design of several new mission archetypes, some of which have a chance to impact the universe in a more permanent manner. Don't know what that means. They also began looking into making the economy more dynamic, testing various things, with the team saying that we are studying different economic models from history and fiction to get a better impression of how the economy will feel when it's fully fledged. I like the sound of that, because something that CIG have always pushed, and Chris has always pushed, is to give Star Citizen its own feel. Which, you know, you play like a Grand Theft Auto game. You see the trailers, you can imagine how it feels because you've played them before. It has its own sense of being. It's like it's a proper feeling to the game. Same with Oblivion and Elder Scrolls and so forth. Fallout. So Star Citizen needs to encompass that feeling because it's a wholesome game with so many things to it. And I'm glad that the economy is going to have its own, not identity, but you'll know it's part of the economy. It makes sense to their own economy. So they're doing some research, they're figuring it out, and hopefully we'll start to see more, I want to say dynamism. I think we've had this conversation before. Is that the right term? I'm looking forward to seeing the economy become more dynamic. Of course, we have different economies in the game. I mean, our trade posts are their own economy. The supply and demand based on whatever we're finding and selling is its own economy. And we know Star Citizen will have two economies. We'll have the main one, which is essentially the backbone of the PU with ships and items and so forth. And then there will be the player-driven one as well, where we can buy, sell, craft, and trade our own stuff. Yo, here's John. Probably tomorrow. They've got a new release candidate coming out tonight for the PTU. So if all goes well, we could see it go live tomorrow or Wednesday, but I'm hoping today. It's got to be before the 15th at the latest. The economy team are also discussing the next iteration of item recovery and how it will influence the prices and exclusivity of different items, and then work continued on the back-end shop refactor that will provide tools to start building a better shopping experience. User Tim, thank you for the follow. So, tier 1 of item recovery is loadout and ship registration. So being able to register your FPS loadout and your ship loadout, which doesn't just mean your weapons and components, it means things inside your ship as well. Maybe cargo, maybe decorations. Doing that at a kiosk or a freight elevator so that upon death, those items can be looted and you can wake up without them, but if you've registered them, you can go and claim them back. Now, that means that people can now take your stuff, but they will be bricked. The difference being now in Tier 1 versus Tier 2 is that I think in Tier 1, bricked items cannot be unbricked, so looting them is pointless anyway, but Tier 2, you will be able to unbrick them. Hopefully there's a bit more nuance to what can be bricked and what can't, because it does seem a bit odd that certain things can. I don't know, we'll see. But obviously a lot of things to be working out there, and the sooner we can get away from Tier 0, the better. Yes, we've watched it, Mitch. We've seen it, mate. Thank you. You fell asleep. How rude. Wonko07, sir. How are you doing? Ooh, it's coming along, isn't it? Are you doing well today, sir? Don't we already have a tool to make the economy more dynamic? That line consent. Do we? Do you mean this whole quantum simulation? I guess what we don't have is it hooked into... well, it's not that... What did they say, in fact? They began looking into making the economy more dynamic. Not necessarily creating a tool to do it. They may still have that tool, but I think it's more about the nuances of going from a static economy to an actual dynamic one where, you know, an item that is bought or required, like a power plant, for example, needs resources A, B, and C. The mission goes out from the factory to create that because they need those resources, so miners go and get it. I think it's more a case of not a system to make it dynamic, but how to incorporate that into the game and start switching it to dynamic. I could be wrong, but I don't know. Hi, Germ. You are more than welcome, my friend. Thank you for hanging out and watching, of course. Yeah, the new GTA looks really cool. You want to see an Easter Island style economy where we keep destroying our landscape by building bigger and bigger giant stone guys until we wipe ourselves from the verse. What's that? Not Ratatouille. Rapa Nui. Isn't it called Rapa Nui now, Easter Island? Or am I thinking of somewhere else? Kitao, thank you for the follow. And Damage, thank you so much for the 5-month resub. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? It just feels like they refuse to acknowledge StarSim Quant. Oh, I see. Yeah, you make a good point. We haven't heard anything about that in a long while. Now, that's not to say that they've scrapped it. It's more likely they just don't have anything to reference about it. But they will likely be using that stuff to do this, you know, to make it dynamic. But yeah, I don't know until... like you say, they haven't referenced that in a long while. They haven't mentioned it, so what is going on with it? Raging Moose, how you doing? You prefer your medical rover? Different use cases, different circumstances, but yeah, if you already own an Ursa, there's probably no point. The Hollow Globe will show the field of battle to a distance and allow ships to be designated as a point ship or command ship. So you will be able to click on a ship and allocate like requests from that. Like you could click on a ship and say advance, or I mean, there's a map. There's so many. Like this whole Hollow Globe is kind of your control of a battlefield. The way I kind of see it. I might be wrong, but it's a bit like Command and Conquer, where you have all these vehicles, and you can highlight a vehicle or multiple vehicles, and then allocate a sort of a broad role, like a defend this flank, or push forward, or do something like this. But those ships will be controlled by real people, so you will also have direct communication to them if you have your comms officer being able to hook you through and communicate and organize. There's just so much fun to come from that. Even, not just in combat either, if you have a fleet of whatever numbers, like 2 or 3 people even, you could go to a hologlobe like we see here and control and put out directions. When the designated captain directs a ship to a different location, a green ghost of that ship will appear where the new position is and allow the pilot to relocate to that position. Oh, that is nice. So that's kind of how the pilot will see the command and follow the order. Oh, I like that. It needs to be very much quick and easy to allocate commands without that, you know, faffing around, because if you're in the middle of something, you need to be able to order people around in a very efficient way, don't you? It does sound really cool. This is what Winterfrost is working on. They've been tasked with sorting out the hologlobe, but if they can be joker carded at any point to go and work on a fix in other areas and then have to come back to it. So very excited for this. What's happened? What's he done? What's he saying, Salmon? Yeah, I missed one. I didn't see what he said. Kitao, how you doing? I just got into this game a couple of weeks ago, patiently waiting to upgrade my ship components because I'm told I might lose them. Yes, I think there's a fix coming in for that very thing, going between patches. But at this point, when we are literally a day or 2 away from a live release, it's safer just to wait and yeah, just wait till it goes live and then upgrade, and hopefully for the foreseeable it won't happen again. But welcome, by the way, Kitao. What are your thoughts of the game? How are you finding the current alpha? Let me know. Do you think we could spin our chair like the opera? No, probably not. That would be nice though. If you turn your head far enough, the chair will spin. I don't think so. I think the chairs are going to be static. It's the year of useless additions by the liars. Why is he here? Like, why? Well, it's just when we have this conversation, I don't want to spend too much time on this sort of nonsense, but why come into a chat specifically about a certain game to say that kind of thing? Why waste your time? Like, thank you for sitting through an ad first and foremost, because it helps to, you know, pay me to help promote Star Citizen in some way. But, like, why? Get a hobby. Do something with your life. Don't just become that kind of person. NPC ships are on the burner, but the hologlobe is needed first. What do you mean on the burner? In what way? Yeah, the hologlobe stuff, KP, is going to be so cool. Organizing and being able to command a fleet is going to be so important for big orgs. Anyway, where were we? Finally, for the economy team, the economy and data solution teams continue to create a comprehensive data plan to provide better and faster information about what players like the most. So I guess they're just looking at what we're buying for the various use cases that could be important. You're hooked, but I'm one of those players that gets hit with every possible bug and jank. Even my friends are impressed by my luck. Oh, yeah. I tend to find I go through phases where sometimes everything works flawlessly, and then the next phase, everything gets hit. And you can always guarantee it's when I'm recording. That's when things go bad. I guess they do, Mighty Steed. Yeah, I think they want people to agree, don't they? They want people to feel the same way as they do. They don't like that someone is happy when they're sad about the same thing. And so they try and push that narrative to other people. And it's like, no thanks, mate. See you later. Find something to do. Once the Hologlobe goes live, NPC crews will be in full development. Really? Because didn't they say that, NPC, like AI crew, is a post 1.0 thing, right? So does this, I don't want to jump to conclusions and think, oh, maybe we're getting NPC crews earlier, because I doubt it, but interesting statement. They might just be an AI chatbot. It could be. It certainly could be. But I doubt it. Some people really hate Star Citizen with a passion, and a lot of those people don't even play it, so what do they know? Misery does love company, yeah. I can hear someone having fun. I don't know if you can hear him. I'd rather she's giggling at bedtime than breaking down. Anyway, finally, nope, hang on. Mission design. With their recent fundamental tech work complete, so I believe this is the mission system refactor. It could also be referring to the dynamic mission system as well, but I think it's more specifically the mission system refactor. They are now focusing on improving mission quality, like the ComCall notifications that we have. They've made those a lot easier to implement into the game as well, but they're also improving just mission quality as a whole. Work on the new PvE ship battle missions allowed the team to also fix a long-standing issue where they can now spawn ship-based reinforcements. So any mission that uses ship waves should now function better. They've also been able to fix a lot of the missions that were missing from, since Alpha 4.0, because they needed to convert a lot of these previous missions to the new mission system refactor for meshing. And 4.1.1 has brought in a huge chunk of those, but there are still a lot that are not in. Whether those are getting scrapped completely, or whether they just haven't gotten around to converting them, or whether it's a mixture of the two, is yet to be seen. But, yeah, hopefully there are some others to come in, but I'm pretty sure those ones that are getting scrapped will be filled with even better ones, now that they have the dynamic mission system, the whole refactor. Yo, how you doing? Talking non-stop for over 2 hours. Where do you buy your energy? 2 hours? Try more like 4 hours, mate. I don't know, because before the stream I was laid on the bed like, oh, I'm so tired. Coffee helps. How you doing today anyway? Are you good? NPC crew is post-launch. Okay, so Hologlobe is a requirement before NPC crews can be in full development. Oh, I suppose you said full development anyway, not necessarily release. As you say there, yeah. But that is cool. Getting the Hologlobe working for real, players. That to me would be amazing. If we get the Idris, we have Polaris, we have other ships, and we're doing our org stuff, and I have a Hologlobe where myself and other upper echelons can see exactly what is happening and coordinate properly with other people, hailing those in our fleet to directly give commands or give sort of passive commands like move forwards or move over there or circle the area, that kind of stuff. Yeah, thank you so much, Deacon. You hate it so much that you just want to support through engagement, viewing, commenting, donations, gift subs. You hate it so much you give them $10 a month, Alzanor. I think I give them 20 now. I was getting away with giving them 10. No, I wasn't. I was getting away with... I thought I was paying 10 every month, but it turns out I wasn't. But I was getting all the benefits. And then I wanted to go to 20 anyway. So I did. And that reset everything. Yes, AI Blades. Yeah, but not AI Crew. Yeah. How you doing, Quantum? Are you good, mate? I find people that keep playing Star Citizen but don't like it more strange. Yeah, no, true. People on chat just saying about the game being a scam. It's like, wait a minute, why are you in game? What's wrong with you? If we were working on post 1.0 features now, hopefully that means all 1.0 features are in dev. I don't think that all features for 1.0 are in development, but they're definitely working on stuff that is intended for 1.0, right? There's like, if you go through the roadmap, a lot of that, well, saying that, a lot of that stuff is coming pre 1.0 anyway, but essentially it is all pre 1.0 because it all has to come at some point, before the live release to get tested. But I can't imagine all 1.0 features are in the works. Without going through it, I couldn't really say. We don't have a confirmed release date, Sentinel. All we know is it's coming next year. 2026 is the year of release, which, you know, 365-day range is more than we've had in a long while, so... Hollow globes in the sci-fi novels from the 30s. That's so cool. Well, it depends on if it's... I don't think Squadron will come before GTA 6. GTA will release in May. Squadron's probably going to release in October. But what do you mean by it's crazy? I don't see either being crazy. It's not crazy if GTA releases before. It's not crazy if Squadron releases before. It's just what it is. I don't see that being a crazy, like, oh my lord kind of situation. Oh, you're just joking. Okay, that's why then. That's why I can't get it. Unfortunately, jokes don't always convey. Sarcasm doesn't convey too well over, over Twitch. Oh, look, it's Binks. It's Binks, look. Our armourer. We'll have to get him an outfit as well. A good one, not... Although saying that, he does have some crazy outfits, doesn't he, our Binks? Got a bit of a patch fatigue. Yeah. Especially with it being on the cusp. I don't blame you. I think a lot of people are just waiting now. Like, that's not the main reason why I'm not playing, but one of the reasons. Feels a bit pointless jumping in, doing anything, and, well, you know, the patch is almost there. You don't know if CIG will continue to contract you after 1.0. I think they're probably outsourcing now because they want to meet a deadline. They want to push and get as much done as possible. It might not even be 1.0 as their target. It might be once this year is up, winter, and they've achieved that playability, stability, and got the game to a good place. At that point, they might be like, we don't need to outsource as much. Not to say that, you know, they wouldn't, but it could just be their priority is just getting the game to a place that, so that when Squadron releases, they're in a good place, and it's not going to be a mess. Yo, Zampa, it should come out a little bit before the 15th. 15th latest, but likely before, so that they have time to do some hot fixing. Yo, Bravo, you reckon 2027? You reckon they'll push it back? They could. They certainly could. Have you seen the broken down Beijing? I have. I haven't gone through it too much, but I certainly will be putting it into a video. They mentioned that the Javelin won't take any manage period if it's getting shot at by certain... Oh, damage period if it's getting shot at by certain size turrets and below, which is how it should be. Yeah, absolutely. It should be like that with every decent... And it will be. When they start working out Maelstrom and the physical damage side of things, armor as well, these little pew-pews will do absolutely nothing. Like a size 1 weapon, maybe even a size 2 weapon, will probably not even penetrate the shields of most of these big ships. They're not intended for that, you know? The big guns are supposed to take down the shields. The smaller ships could probably take out turrets, maybe target certain components if it is accessible. Yo, correct, had an aneurysm. But yeah, absolutely, that's the intention. Small ships shouldn't be able to take on a capital. Shouldn't be able to even, you know... Like, for example, when I flew into the back of the Polaris when we were in my Hornet, when I was testing this new physics update to how big ships shouldn't take damage from small ships when they fly into them, I became disintegrated by the Polaris, and those on the Polaris were like, have you done it yet? Any official comments on what we may lose? No. I think they've rolled out a fix that should stop components from going missing. We know we need to strip our characters off going into this patch so that you don't lose your FPS stuff, so make sure that you strip all your characters completely naked. But beyond that, we don't know. If I buy a shipping game right now, do you think I'll risk losing it as soon as this update hits? If you buy a shipping game, what do you mean, Cypher? A shipping game? Oh, your contract ends at the end of this year. I mean, yeah, like I say, it's not necessarily that they will stop hiring you, but it certainly feels like they're outsourcing a lot more now to just just get the game to where it needs to be. But I could be wrong. Big ships sink lips. Yeah. Squadron 42 shows a scene of a Bengal taking damage from multiple... Yeah, heavy fighters, maybe. But that's the point, isn't it? Heavy fighters have big guns. Light fighters, other fighters, we're talking size gun differences. Heavy fighters can have size 5 guns. Size 5 could probably do some damage to a capital class ship. Not in its entirety, but localized. But size 1, size 2, maybe even size 3 would probably do nothing. Barrick, how you doing? You was reading the financials for 2023, and I could have sworn CIG had 1,300 staff back in 2022, and now it's, what, 1,085? Oh, I don't know. I haven't been keeping up on that stuff. Strip down, guys. Your characters. I don't want all of you sat at home just naked watching me. Your partners may be a little suspicious. Oh, sorry, a shipping game. Sorry, Cypher. I don't know why I didn't see that one. Yeah, technically you should keep it, but definitely hold off. Your Alpha UEC will remain, so you'll be better off just buying it when the patch goes live. Yeah. God, why didn't I not see that at all? I'm sorry. Suspicious, how you doing? Too late, I'm already naked. Joke's on me. Oh, nice. Welcome. You'll get along well in this chat. 22 degrees. Yeah, I'm wearing like flocked joggers. That was a bad choice. Right, we've got to burn through this. I mean, we've got like quite a bit of time left. 25. Flipping heck, it's not that hot here. Metascallion. I'm doing fantastic. How are you? Squeaky bum time. Do we have confirmation of patch time? No. No, we don't. PTU tonight. Maybe release tomorrow, but no dates. No official set dates yet, anyway. What else we got? So, updates were made to Wicklow, including the things that they are willing to trade, and to prevent the farming of rare components. I feel like this is going to be a bit of a 50-50 thing. Ships awarded by Wicklow will now only feature their unique paints and not unique components. But unique components will be added to the Emporium to be earned. So I feel like this is a better option, because ultimately earning a ship through doing things for Wicklow is kind of a cool reward in itself with this exclusive paint, rather than all those components as well. And then sort of separating the components as things that you can earn as well just provides a bit more content, and doesn't just bundle all of these cool potential earnings into one long-reaching mission. So obviously getting a ship will still take a lot of time. Stock components. It still has components. It's just not the military grade components. It'll just be your stock components and the new ship skin. You'll be able to fly it. It's like, well, then you've earned a ship, and you get in it and there's no components. It's like, wait, I can't fly it away. Although saying that, I guess it's accessible via the spaceport. But yeah, I kind of like that idea, because, as I say, it opens up the potential for earning these components with smaller missions rather than just having to earn the ship and then get the components. Plus, it enables an alternative non-PvP method to get these components, which I know was a concern for a lot of people when they felt that these components were gated through contested zones. This kind of offers another alternative. And I'm sure there will be other ways to get components like that. Do you think the Arastra would fit inside the Idris hangar? I don't think so. I think the Arastra is quite big. Yeah, I think it would be too big. Sandforce, thank you so much for the 3-month resubscription. Beers and Paddy, thank you so much. How are you? Every sperm is sacred. Is that a Monty Python thing? Is that from the, what's it called? Everything. Was it Monty Python that did everything you wanted to know about sex but were afraid to ask? Yes, and I think that's the main reason. It mitigates the duping of components. I think that's one of the main reasons why they did it. But still, it's cool. Yo, must have been good. You just wear armor, you don't care about losing it. No, fair enough. It's, you know, it's just one of those things. If you can be bothered to go to the effort to do so, then it's worth doing. Or if, you know, for me, I don't think I'm going to jump in specifically, especially not with my Zero to Hero stuff, because that'll just be starting again. For my main character, I'm not too fussed, but if I jump in the time between the patch going live and now, then I will take it off. Oh, the meaning of life. The other one was... Oh, sorry, isn't everything you wanted to know was a Woody Allen thing? What everything you wanted to know about sex? I remember watching that as a kid. Probably shouldn't have watched that as a kid. I wonder if I should go to the exec hangar right when Invictus Launch Week starts on Thursday, since everyone... Yeah, absolutely. Use these events as an opportunity to do the PvP stuff. Because it will reduce the amount of potential PvP interactions. Like, that's definitely a sensible thing to do. Although, everyone else might have the same thought. When will they introduce Starwear? I mean, Starwear itself is made up of a lot of things, including mixing clothing and armor. So, I'm hoping it's not, you know, it's something that they can roll out soon. I don't know when it's coming, but it's... All of the Starwear stuff will be stuff that rolls out probably incrementally, like physical cloth. They are working and pushing towards meaningful differences between, you know, items you wear for the purpose that you're wearing them. So we can skip this video, can't we? Bloomin' heck. So I'm hoping we'll get it soon because I am really excited for Starwear as well. Yeah, goofy time. That's so right. There's tons of stuff we shouldn't have watched as kids. That's just, yeah. It's just part of life, isn't it? Watching things that you shouldn't be watching as a child. Hopefully not so much for summer. We are, you know, even now, like, we was watching an old Disney thing and it said, these two birds making love. It's like, wait a minute. No. It's not really a... Well, saying that, she's 3-year-olds and it was for a 6+, but... Anyway, what are we looking at here? Narrative focused on a lot of new missions and Invictus Launch Week. Looking ahead, they are preparing for the next capture session, which involved confirming trigger lists with design, writing scripts, casting actors, and coordinating with the various downstream departments tasked with processing the captured material. So a lot of work going on there. They will also be recording unique dialogue for an upcoming event, as well as adding a new NPC archetype for use across multiple missions. Not sure what this archetype is, but I like when they introduce different archetypes because it opens up to a whole new different set of mission types. The team also entered the polishing phase on locations that will be arriving later this year, improving the narrative flow of the area and helping the branding team with the final signage pass to create a more immersive environment. I feel like, as much as I enjoy getting all these new locations, I feel like this is probably referring to things like the IAE, you know, these event locations, like big locations that need a lot of work. But also 2 new location archetypes had work continued on, guiding design and art with backstory elements to help drive the tone, as well as establishing the story details. No idea what that is, but sounds interesting. The team also is dedicating time to progressing their 2026 plan, including new story opportunities. I mean, they've got their work cut out for them as narrative. You've got, obviously, Squadron releasing next year, which needs a lot of continued narrative work throughout, just to make sure everything makes sense, flows as it should. I don't know if, you know, Dave is now off of that, or if he's just heavily involved in that. But then you've got all the narrative that's going on this year, with more storylines. Plus, 1.0, having that main story arc that will allow players to gain citizenship outside of playing through Squadron. So that whole story and the ongoing story, there's so much they need to do. Benjamin, I am with you. Please release the Idris. Please. I want Deacon to buy it so that I can fly it. Sure thing, Winter. Enjoy your work, my friend, and thank you so much for all the hard work you put in. Personally, I'm still waiting on the feature where your character physically interacts with surfaces. Yeah, touching buttons. I do wonder when that's coming. There's stuff like that, the ladder interactions, and the oh man, what was it? Map markers. 3 things that we have seen quite well fleshed out that we are yet to see in game. Oh, you're going to be the pilot, APOC. When I say fly the Idris, as we can see here, I mean Deacon provides, you fly, and I sit like telling people what to do. That's my experience of flying these big ships. I hope they have a clear inventory for use with Starware. It's going to be a pain to mix and match with our current system. Yeah, hopefully it's more like visually distinct based on what you're wearing as well, and not just this very bland UI. I think they did speak about changing the UI of inventory, not recently, but maybe a couple of months ago. Did they? Could I be wrong? Skalderson, thank you so much for the Prime sub, my friend. Beers and party, please. How are you doing today? Very, very kind of you. Can someone explain the differences between the Idris? Because I don't know offhand, and I'd have to look it up. I don't remember it. They said fuses and keycards are used in the IK animation system. Oh, okay. Yeah, I suppose that's a couple of things. I guess that's something else that gets rolled out incrementally, depending on what content comes along. But yeah, I mean, pressing buttons, elevators, handles, that would be kind of cool. Yo, Snooky, how you doing? Nice to see you. Welcome. You're hyped up a bit. Me too, Deacon. I mean, we've been talking about the Idris quite a bit recently, so if it doesn't come, we'll just delete all that chat. Really sorry to bring this up in the stream. I'm so desperate at the moment. I'm having extreme problems even installing starcitizen. Any modern recommendations? Let us know what you're trying to do. Is it that it's taking a long time to install? Make sure it's on an SSD of some form, not a hard drive. What issue is coming up and causing problems? Let us know the details and we should be able to help. Yeah, working loo, sanitation. Oh, I don't know. Maybe they've got other priorities right now than sanitation. But one day. So, the R&D team, they have made various improvements to lightning evaluation. That's part of the Cloud and Atmosphere rematch. As such, the energy fall-off function was generalized and an extra highlight was added to separate the center of bright lightning from much dimmer long-range impacts. Okay. For dynamic weather, the temporal stability of the CPU-accessible weather map was improved, extra helpers for CPU weather queries was implemented, and robustness was improved when creating query context. No idea what that means, but they're talking about weather, so it's cool. Work also began on adding texture streaming support for volumetric cloud and ground fog rendering. Sun disk rendering behind sufficiently dense planetary clouds was improved too, and should result in softer transitions than before. And similarly, the sun disk behind gas clouds should occlude correctly again, and this fix corrects animated noise and banding that was observable when looking at dense clouds with the sun shining through. I'm not sure if banding is the right word there, but I think this means that when you see the sun behind the clouds and you just see this weird, like, 2D circle and it looks awful, the sun or that should occlude properly. You'll still see like the light shining through, but it shouldn't be this weird circle appearing there, from what I understand. A 3000 error failed to decompress files. Anybody know what that could be because of? You have taken all of your old suit and things and scattered them around Astors for everyone that wants that stuff. Bless you, mate. That's kind. Got to Astors. I don't know what server it is. Cloud's better. That's the need to know. That's the noobifier no bullshit. Cloud's better. Are you sure it's a 3001 error? And where is this? On the launcher? Does this pop up as a computer notification or a launcher notification? Try to speed limit the download. Could be launcher tripping over itself. Good call. Azrin, welcome. Yes, Voodoo says it as well. Slowing down the download speed for the first part helped me install the games. Okay. I think it is very likely, Cyrus. Oh, the privateer is the P, so that's more of like a civilian one. The military is the M, and the K is the military with the laser beam. Okay, thank you. So yeah, likely the P this time, not the other ones. Thank you, guys. It's okay, Snooky. We will figure it. Have you tried slowing down the download speed? Have you given that a shot? Koi Pond, how you doing? Welcome. Yes, I believe it's getting the guns. Oh, is that? Yeah, it already has. Yeah. Oh, mate, we'll figure it out. We'll try and get it figured out. We might figure it out. We're probably not going to... I'm joking. For UI, they worked to implement unique UI styles for several upcoming vehicles. Hopefully this means Greycat getting their unique, MFDs. That would be nice. Plus, they supported upcoming events and created environmental UI to support the gameplay and storytelling. And then lastly, we have the VFX team, definitely not least, who worked towards completing their tasks on vehicles and weapons for Invictus. Plus, pre-production visual effects work began on an upcoming major release, including locations, creatures, and weather. Now, firstly, with it being VFX, they're a downstream team, so these locations, these creatures, the weather effects, they're working, they just need the visual effects, required to make it look cool. And an upcoming major release, I hope this is a this year thing. It sounds like it's a this year thing. They are working on it now. Pre-production could be a 4.2, which is end of June, could be a 4.3, end of September. Might even be an interim one, who knows. Yeah, if you've tried everything, there's nothing more to be done. Setting the concurrent downloads to 5 worked for the initial download, and I managed to run the game that way. But after I fixed that, I got a fail to decompress file error. Yeah, I usually if I don't know something someone else does, I would certainly say, if you haven't tried already, uninstalling the whole game, via the full uninstall process, uninstalling the launcher, downloading the launcher again, making sure it's going to the right file, and then, yeah, run it as administrator. Oh, Peacekeeper! Sorry, yeah. Okay. Failed to decompress could be an issue with the lack of space on the drive it's trying to install on. Make sure you have at least 1.5 times the space needed for the game. Right now, that's about 150 to 200 gig space. So is it to do with... it could be a Windows 11 issue. I don't use Windows 11 personally. Have you got... How much space is on your drive, Snooky? Have you checked? But that was the monthly report. We got through it, which is pretty good. We managed to get through it. Yo, Mo, how you doing? It works fine for you, Tomato, on Windows 11. Using a VPN might work. You don't have to apologize, Snooky. I understand your circumstance, my friend. You don't need to apologize for it. I just hope we can find a fix. If not, you will... I'm assuming you've contacted CIG about this, have you? If not, definitely get on the blower to them. Not literally on the phone. I don't think places have phone numbers anymore. But Didn't Jared hint at something bigger later on this year on a recent show? He could have done, yeah. Yeah, he says there's something coming, didn't he? But to me, a major patch would be like a proper quarterly patch, but I don't know. No response yet, been 2 days. Yeah, unfortunately, especially with Invictus on the way, there's probably a lot of tickets. I don't know what to suggest, I'm afraid. If anyone can help, please do so. You tried verifying? I'm assuming you've tried verifying. So try the Spectrum help desk. Go to this. This is like a live channel where you can contact people in Star Citizen, or even just the community as a whole. Click that link, put it in there, and see if you can find an answer in there. And best of luck, because there's nothing worse than wanting to play something and not being able to do it. Yo, Amana, you used to get random pack P4K file errors when I used an expansion card SATA controller. When I switched back to the motherboard SATA, never had that error again. Are you using a SATA expansion card controller? You had a problem when downloading it to the external SSD. You had to change the SSD to NTFS. Might be worth a shot. Yes, yeah, he's on YouTube, Flymo. Get naked before 411. Yes, Azrin, gotta do it. In-game character, you don't have to, strip off in the real world. But yeah, it's likely coming. There's a potential for a live release later today after they get this PTU build out, but it's more likely going to be tomorrow. Get naked this time, Ori. It's the only way. Sandman's way ahead of us. Boosh. There's a third joystick. Smev, welcome. Do you think with the narrative content push, the distribution centers are on hold? In what way on hold? Do you mean expanding the internal areas? No, I don't think narrative have anything to do with the internal space. That's more like the teams who would build the internal areas. Narrative will only come in once they've sort of grey boxed out a lot of the areas and final art have gone in. So narrative will work with final art to, once they've fleshed out these areas, to just make it feel believable and put signage up and so forth. They're not on hold because of what narrative are doing. They're probably on hold because the distribution centers are out now. Building interiors has picked up again, but I think they're prioritizing building interiors at landing zones rather than further further pushing the distribution centers, because the DCs function as intended. The other content for the internals of the DCs would just be more endgame stuff. Not to say that there's not stuff that would be beneficial now, but I think priority-wise, it is on the building interiors at landing zones. So, having locations for extra content and homes and so forth. Swamp Rabbit, thank you so much for the $5 donation. You got your new computer, beat Star Citizen, looking for a new game. Oh, beat Star Citizen, looking for a new game. So you've beaten it already. Finished it, completed it, mate. Thank you so much. One does not beat Star Citizen. Yeah, Star Citizen beats you. Let's get that right first and foremost. So true. Yeah, if you've beat it, you've managed to install it. That's a good start. Dinus, good morning. Nightmare sometimes. Escape from Tarkov next. Escape from Microtech. You haven't been to a DC yet. Only unloaded some cargo. Yeah, they're pretty cool interiors, but as Smev says, there's the intention for further fleshing them out with that big cargo lift that goes down really deeply. You've got all those other areas below ground. Last we know is, the building interior work has picked up again, or the mandate for it, but we don't know specifically where and what's coming first. The distribution centers definitely don't need any more work right now while they're working on just fleshing out landing zones further, I would assume. That's my opinion on it, though. Kinsea, welcome at 7. I've been living in Pyro for so long I forgot DCs were locations. Do you know what's really cool is things like Hathor and all these other locations, the derrick settlements, the other living settlements, and how many, even these FOBs that don't have anything right now. We already have so many locations that, I mean, there's even moons I haven't been to yet, let alone actual physical locations planet-side. And as they continue to push this whole Genesis with sectors and, well, clusters and sectors, points of interest are going to flood in way beyond what we can even get to ourselves, as you know, individually. Spreading gameplay out, but also having places that you have never been to continuously. Yeah, so the first time you log into 411, that equipped gear that you had on before has a chance of disappearing. It's a long-term persistent transfer issue that we have already got a fix for, but only affects items created in 411. So once you've stripped off and come in, you don't have to keep doing it. Oh yeah, that's true. The local delivery missions within the DCs, that's something we haven't got yet. But we have local deliveries around landing zone, settlements. I was so excited for that. I guess because of these flipping hover trolley cargo beds, they've decided to remove them. I guess they're just having a lot of problems with those trolleys. So once that comes in, we can start having those again. Nep, welcome. Fairly new to Star Citizen. I've been loving the game, already looking forward to some ships, the Galaxy and the Perseus. Welcome, by the way, to the verse. We don't have an exclamation cult, do we, unfortunately, on YouTube. But, yeah, the Perseus is coming first. Then the Galaxy, both very cool ships. What have you found yourself doing in-game? And I'm glad to hear that you're having a good time. Yeah, I'm sorry, Tomato, it doesn't work. But no, it's quite the experience is Star Citizen. I mean, you know, I'll never experience it as a new player again, but it's great getting new players in and hearing their thoughts on it, hearing their experiences, because it's one thing when you've been around for a while and you kind of just know the vibe and how it works, but I cannot imagine how it must feel discovering a game like Star Citizen for the first time in this state. And just the sheer depth of it, and then knowing, you know, I don't know, maybe not knowing that there is more to come than what we have already. Yo, Master Galaxy, how you doing? Like, what we have right now is still scratching the surface for what Star Citizen will be. Don't get me wrong, they fleshed it out a lot further than what it was, but you ain't seen nothing yet. Let's just say that. There is so much more to come. Release the Kraken! It is addicting. Yeah, it is very addictive. Blame Elite Dangerous for you being here, and Eve Online. Hey, we'll take it as it comes. So you've been doing bunkers around Microtech, hauling missions, and some hauling between Pyro and Stanton. Very nice. What ship are you using right now, then? What's everyone's feelings about the Idris P releasing? Do we think it's going to happen? Do we think it isn't? Let's do like a Y or an N. Just, you know, what your thoughts are. Just NY. Not NY. Tomato. You can delete that right now. You hope so. Yeah, me too. Me too, Cauldron Gear. You're 90% certain. It's not addictive. I don't know what you mean. You think it's going to release easy? It is really easy revenue. Absolutely, Latex. I mean, that is going to net them quite a substantial number. I knew there'd be one, Lance. I just knew it. I just didn't think it would be you. You have one, so why wouldn't they give it to me? Nice. So why would they give it? You don't think they will? Oh, thank you. That's a good idea. Get a poll going. Ortwin was credited as production executive on The Neverending Story. What, Ortwin Freymuth? Really? The Neverending Story is actually one of those films that is so... I won't say close to me because it sounds a bit silly, but like nostalgic for me, because every time I would, when I was a kid, younger than 8, I can't remember how old I was, but I must have been going to like nursery. My mum would take me round to the neighbours, who I would sit with their 2 daughters and watch The Neverending Story all the time to a certain point. I never finished it until I was older, because I would sit and they'd plonk me in front of it and I would watch it to a certain point and then be taken to nursery or school. And then the next day I would sit and I'd watch the, like, literally it captivated me for however long I would sit and watch it, for however I was old, for that long. Just, and I remember as well having The Neverending Story, is it like Now 5? Was it Now 5 on record that had that song on it? And I would just play that on repeat. Poll is open. Let's see what's going on. I'm going to shed my vote as well. 70-30. 70% of us think it will. I suppose I specifically told Tomato King not to write it. Everyone else is fair game. What you got there, Wonko? Oh yeah, Ortwin Freymuth. That's mental. I had no idea. It is a long movie. Yeah, I was never going to get through the whole thing, even as a kid. I did love that racing snail, though. I had to watch it in Spanish class over a year growing up, so I remember all of the scenes, but none of the plot. I mean, when that horse died, I certainly shed a tear or two. A sign that things are getting bigger is that there is a large turret buff on the way. Yeah, there's a lot of balancing now on the big side of things, and we're getting size 10 torpedoes and other stuff. For bunkers, I was using my Starter, the C8X, very good choice, but bought an Intrepid in-game and switched to that. I've been renting a Hull A for cargo. I really like the look of the Hull A. I wonder how the rest will be. That sounds like some pretty decent... Here's the Intrepid, in fact. Some pretty decent ship decisions there. Did CIG not say they will redesign the Kraken? I believe so, yeah. I haven't read all that stuff yet. I'm going to work on putting that into a video soon. But yeah, the Kraken, the Caterpillar, the Retaliator. Not the Retaliator, the Reclaimer. Did they always take you to school at the same time? It's more that they just put that film on. They didn't like... it wasn't on TV, it was like a video. So I would sit down and they'd put it on. They didn't think, oh, maybe he wants to watch the rest of the film. Let's just put it on again, because it just kept me quiet, I guess. Oh, size 12. Was that what I meant? Sorry, not size 10, because we already have size 10, do we? Or size... I can't remember. Or do we already have size 12? I can't remember. This stupid song cuts out, and then there's nothing. Right, we've got also size 10 of torpedoes. The new ones are size 12. Thank you. That's what I meant. Just asking about... just asking, what do you think about the Exodus laser beam? Does it like the Hathor station laser, or is it just another cannon light? I don't know. Where was this mentioned? Is this a ship laser beam, or is this the actual one that is on Hathor? If it's just Hathor, it's definitely just to do with the space station. I don't know if it's going to be a ship-mounted weapon at any point. Not to say it wouldn't, but I don't know. The most damning thing is the Earl redirect stuff for the Idris. Why? Have you got the link? Let me click it. What does it do? Size 7 turrets. Oh, it's almost 50-50. We're at 55-40. 55 think yes. Oh, is it the actual Idris kit? Oh, sorry, I see. What were you asking? I don't think it's not going to be the same as the planetary laser beam. It'll be lesser than that. Like, I don't think you're going to be able to open the hole in the ground by blasting it. It's a Play starcitizen link for it that redirects to the comlink that's not available. Only ships that are releasing are set up like that. It's certainly... I really hope it does. I just can't wait to do missions with an Idris. So 56% think yes. It's a close one. Yo, Riggsy, how you doing? Wondering how many people got triggered by a dev calling the Idris the Idris. It's the same with Aegis, and in fact, something that CIG have said is, I mean, obviously with people like Wicullo, it's his name. They decide what they're called. But with manufacturer names to a degree, they actually like the fact that, and encourage that people call it what they think, to kind of create that more realistic, you know, people mispronounce things. Of course, every dev has their own decision on what it's called. And sometimes I like saying things just to wind people up. But, yeah, like I say Idris, I say Aegis, some people say Aegis, some people say Idris. It's, it is funny if people do get triggered, though. And it definitely encourages me to do more. I think he means it as continuous fire like Hathor, or... Oh! It's continuous, is it? It'll... There will definitely be a stopping point. I mean, it's not just going to be a forever beam. Then there needs to be a it'll you know, run out of power and need to replenish that power. But that's more of a balancing thing. But I'm assuming, yeah, it's not like a zoom, zoom. It's more of a which could be like what we saw on the Squadron trail, you know, the gameplay where you had the Vanduul equivalent blasting the capital ship. Aegis! You're so hyped for the Aegis. The Aegis. As a Welsh, you pronounce Idris as in dragon and Elba. Yeah, I say Idris. Yeah. Aegis. Maybe hard to target medium to large ships. I can imagine that the actual tactics evoked in using a laser beam versus a blaster would require some form of, like, skill to, you know, hit them. But, you know, big ships are slow, and even more slow now that they've rolled out some more balancing to it. So I don't think you're going to have trouble hitting a large capital-sized ship with an Idris laser beam on its freaking head, because you'll line it up, you'll hit the target, and you'll get it. I mean, it's probably easier than using a projectile. That's if they've used that exact word, though, bare normal. They might have created their own from something else. It doesn't have to originate from Greek. Just saying. Their auntie could be called Aegis. And she's like, no, it's Aegis. I'm not Greek. My friends I've talked to about starcitizen want to get the Kraken privateer. So that seems to be the goal. I mean, you've got time to save up for it, because it's not going to be around for a while. But it's a very cool ship. You really love mining and salvaging in the game. You're excited for when players can run their own refineries. Yes, absolutely. Yeah, player-owned stores. I mean, essentially, if the Idris does come, we are going to be using that, I suppose, as a privateer, like an actual Kraken privateer. I would like the... What's that digging? Amos was a famous shield in Greek mythology. Not this Aegis, though. Not this Aegis. You're just being an Aegis now. You sent me a thing in Discord. All right, let me have a look. Is this like a shareable thing or what? I've got to end now anyway, but... Was that just the sound? I didn't hear it. Oh, I see. You're saying like Hathor, so it sounds like Hathor. So is this the K? That's not the P then, is it not? That's the K laser. You're more than welcome, Diggin. Appreciate you hanging out with us. Although I am finishing in like literally a minute. I do need to close the stream out now, but I appreciate you hanging out. Alec, welcome. The Butcher Helm's a great way to make it easy for people to headshot you in PvP. Why is that? Do you mean the one with Christmas lights on? But that's definitely one to stand out. So that's the K. Yeah, the P doesn't have one. Okay. Interesting though that it's you know, the audio is being developed for it. Yeah, that was the new laser hedge trimmer from Greycat. Look out your window and there's just Bob, your neighbour, with his goggles on, saying I wear goggles when I do my hedge trimming. The amount of things that have been flung into my eyes. Same with like, you know, fly mowing. Just the amount of crap that gets kicked up. Oh yeah, the Christmas lights one, yeah. You don't want to be wearing that and stealthing at the same time. That would just be a bad choice. Welcome, by the way. Anyway, I will be ending here. As we know, there is a new release candidate to 4.1.1 PTU build going up today for a potential release today to PTU, all being well. This means that this is a build that they are intending to potentially release if all goes well with the current rollout of fixes and so forth. So we may hear tonight about it releasing later in the morning, or maybe not. We might just wait and see till, you know, tomorrow if they... Oh, I love that helmet flip. And that ship. If they bring it out tomorrow. We don't know until they don't know until they've put out these patches and sort of gathered the data and seen how it plays. But we are on the cusp. It's either going to be today, tomorrow, or I suppose Wednesday. At latest, it would be Thursday, but that does not give them time to hotfix, and I don't think they would want to drop it last minute. So my guess is tomorrow or late this morning. Yeah, that's what I was wondering, Apot. I was like, what's happening? Until I turned the sound on. Time zone appropriate farewells, that's one way to put it, isn't it? You reckon they're going to release it on Thursday? They won't want to put it so close to Invictus. They need it ready for Invictus, so they'll probably want to push it out and then allow a few days of, oh my god, everyone is now playing at the greater numbers. That's revealed a lot of problems. Let's now fix it. Star Jump Grim! Thank you for the raid, my friend, but I am literally just passing it on. I will pass the love on from you to me to somebody else. How was your stream, by the way? What is your thoughts on the Idris P releasing, and when do you think 411 will release? Ruben, how you doing? Nick Blaze, welcome. Thank you guys for the follow. Pain and Hate. Steve, how you doing? How was your stream? How you doing, Robus? Ruben, nice to see you. I kind of combined both of your names in one go there. Thank you for the shout out to Star Jump. Make sure you check them out. Absolutely. You think it release tomorrow, Tomato King? Yeah, no worries, Star Jump. Absolutely, my friend. Thank you for passing the love on. And Fate, welcome. Yeah, I assume tomorrow, Price. I assume tomorrow. That gives them a few days. Welcome, 95. That gives them a few days to highlight any issues that might occur from it going to the wider audience, hotfix where they can, and then anything that they don't get to or that requires more than a hotfix will come in, you know, an interim patch as well. You can't wait for the updated screen where I don't have to read about Triggerfish. Is that... Oh, yeah, of course, the news update screen. Plus, something that was mentioned in... I don't think I mentioned it, actually. It was in the monthly report, which I'm really hoping means, like, news feeds in-game, which we've kind of seen hinted towards. They have the tech now. Let me just see if I can find this. This is it. So, the team also... This is AI content. They looked into more ways to convey the persistent universe's overarching stories working on a new approach that they say will be an exciting new way to update players and storylines and events. And I think we saw Jared recording some of this stuff as like a newscaster. Hopefully with in-game screens, your MOBIGlass and helmet visors and MFDs, they will have like a actual update as things happen in the game, like a news broadcast that pops up when things happening. It doesn't have to be like, oh my god, we're being attacked, let's alert the whole system, but just updates to the news. So that even if you're not taking part in all this stuff, you're aware it's going on. I think that would just feel like a living, breathing world more. Joshua, I won't be live tomorrow, but I will be on Wednesday. But yeah, we'll hopefully the patch will be live. Yes, Alec, strip off. My advice, if you are waiting for 411 before you play again, just jump in, strip your character off of its gear into your local inventory until the patch goes live, and then put it back on again once you've downloaded the new patch and jumped in, because apparently items will just go missing. There's a chance anyway. Yeah, exactly, Van. They want enough time to hotfix, don't they? Otherwise it could be a mess. Do you think those who got the complete pack will get the Idris M once the P gets flight ready? No, I don't think they'll get the M. I think they'll get the P, and then they'll get the M when Squadron 42 releases. I don't think they'll release the M, or the K for that matter, until Squadron releases. But the P, they'll get the P, and those who own it will. Personally. What's that link? Deacon, let's have a look. Is this to do with the stripping off? Oh, is that already up? Okay, what we've got. So Monday, Invictus launch week, sneak peek. Oh, we've seen that behind the ships. Sorry, we've already got that. Manufacturer schedule will be tomorrow. Thursday, day one opens up with Aegis and Greycat. The free fly kicks off as well. Vehicle Q&As, lots of comms about stuff going on. Referral bonus. Friday is the newsletter, recap of the week. Day 2 of Invictus, of course. Q&A, Invictus Ship Talk with John Crew answering the top questions from the... Oh, they're just talking about the Chinese... the Beijing Bar-Citizen, lots of information there. I'll cover that in a separate patch. Day 3 on Saturday will be RSI, Origin, and Argo. Good ones there. There's a few bits going on, but nothing overly excited. We had a good week last week. Anyway, I need to go. Let me see who to pass the stream on to. Thank you all so much, as always, for joining me, for hanging out with me, chatting. It is just a chat stream today, but always a pleasure hanging out with you all. So we have Expat, we have Tomato King. Shall we send it Tomato King's way? We've also got Moist Noodle. What do we think? Do we think Tomato King or Moist Noodle? Maya won the Vanduul translation thing. No way. Good man, Maya. Did I say Tomato King again? All right, we'll send it Tomato Gaming. Did I say Tomato King? Yeah. It's funny. Where's the camera? What do you mean? Skyborn Fate? Oh, the streamer. Well, we'll pass it on to Tamara, Space Tamara. Now we've committed. I am going to go cook dinner and then do my... I'm into my 3rd week of calisthenics training, and I'm so excited to get on with it. Pull day today, I think. Literally, working out is 50%, if not more, about your diet, and the rest is about the training. It's crazy how much diet is important. Yeah, thank you, Snooky. Any luck? You haven't been able to fix it yet, but the people on that forum have let me understand how the game works much better. I'll be trying some fixes tomorrow. I feel confident. Come back and let us know on Wednesday if you're about. Wednesday or Friday. Let me know, Snooky, if you managed to get it fixed. Thank you, Sandman, for providing that link as well. I really hope you can get it sorted, mate. obviously not good when you're locked out and unable to play the game, or unable to even install the game. Must be an absolute nightmare. Anyway, I love you all. Thank you so much for all of the love, and I will see you all on Wednesday with 411 Live, flying around in an Idris. Can you imagine? Whew. Anyway, bye-bye.